Hello, everybody. The Alcohol License Review Committee May meeting is called to order. Jim, with can you read our openings?
Sure. Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please push the person button on your microphone or raise your hand virtually. Those in the room will have their microphone turned on when they are recognized to speak. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, approach one of the two podiums on either side of the dais and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This meeting is governed by Robert's rules. Everyone wishing to speak to address the committee should first register. Speakers may speak to the committee only if they are called by the chair. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Everything that we discuss today should be considered at the Common Council on June 3rd. Mr. Verbic, can you call the roll?
Sure. Alder Glenn?
Here.
Alder Glenn is here. Alder Revere? Here. Alder Revere is here. Mr. Bruchuk?
Here.
Mr. Bruchuk is here. Ms. Farley?
Present.
Ms. Farley is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Alder Farrell Cole?
Here.
Alder Farrell Cole is here. Ms. Carter?
Present.
Ms. Carter is here. Chair, we do have quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the April 16th meeting? Moved by Alder Verveer,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Westra. Is there any discussion on the minutes or any corrections? Seeing none, is there any objection to approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the April 16th minutes are approved. Next on the agenda is public comment, general public comment. Is there anyone registered for general public comment?
Let me refresh that and double check. I do not see anyone for general public comment.
Okay. Disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Seeing none. Next on our agenda.
We have
Is that Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As an officer of Madison Elks Lodge, please record me as recusing myself on agenda items number 13. And then the Elks Lodge alcohol license renewal for agenda item number 61. And the Elks Lodge entertainment license renewal for agenda item number 50, please.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, we can move on to presentation of the consent agenda. Mr. Verbeek.
Give me one moment. Okay, so I'm going to read the consent agenda as proposed. I'm just going to read it by the type of item and the item number, and then the committee will remove or not remove and then pass it, and then I will read it in its entirety. So, hold on. Let me reload this. Okay, the proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting May 21st, 2025. Recommend to council to grant temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, items 3, 4, 5, and 6. Change of agent, items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Business name changes for items 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. Entity reorganization for items 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Change of premises, for items 42. And request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, items 45 and 69.
Thank you. Does any member of the committee wish to separate any of those items? Seeing none, then a motion to approve the consent agenda with the listed recommendations would be in order.
So
Move
moved.
approval.
I heard two voices, moved by Ms. Westra, seconded by, was that Kath?
Sherry.
Well,
Well,
sure.
no, I was just going to say that Amy and I are twins because we always move at the same time.
Well, thank you. Moved by Ms. Westra, seconded by Ms. Carter. Are there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda as presented with the recommendations? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved.
All right, buckle in, it's gonna be a long one. The past consent agenda for ALRC meeting May 21st, 2025. Recommended council to grant item 3, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Wisconsin Chamber Orchestra. The event is Concerts on the Square. Item 4, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Wilmar Neighborhood Center for Willie Street Fair. Number 5, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Wilmar Neighborhood Center for Fête de Marquette. Number 6, temporary Class B retail license concurrent with street use permit, Sassy Neighborhood Association for Atwood Fest. Item 9, change of agent, Marcus Hotels Hospitality LLC. Item 10, change of agent, Speedway LLC. Item 11, change of agent, Triple Shift Entertainment LLC. Item 12, change of agent, HJ Liquors LLC. Item 13, change of agent, Madison Elks Lodge, number 410. Number 14, change of agent, BSCS LLC. Item 15, change of agent, Atwood Restaurant LLC. 16, change of agent, Bird Dog Hospitality 4 LLC. 17, change of agent, Chairs LLC. 18, change of agent, Family Entertainment LLC. 19, business name change, Brennan Sellers LLC, new DBA, Brennan's Market. Number 20, business name change, Knickerbocker Restaurant LLC. New DBA, Everly and Highway 1. 21, business name change, C&W Restaurant of Madison, Inc. New DBA, Niji Asian Cuisine. Number 22, business name change, Yun Lai LLC, new DBA, Oishi Japanese Restaurant. Number 23, business name change, Oscar's Cucos Mexican Restaurant LLC, new DBA, Casa Zaragoza. Number 24, business name change, Ledmas Restaurant Group LLC, new DBA, Paquito. Number 25, entity reorganization, Select Hotels Group LLC. Item 26, entity reorganization, Apple TRS Madison 7131 LLC. 27, entity reorganization, Shake Shack Wisconsin LLC. 28, entity reorganization, Mos Eisley LLC. 29, entity reorganization, Bird Dog Hospitality 4 LLC. 30, entity reorganization, Robin Station Inc. 31, entity reorganization, The Madison Club Inc. 32, entity reorganization, Blazing Wings Inc. 33, entity reorganization, Wisconsin CVS Pharmacy LLC at 6701 Mineral Point Road. 34, entity reorganization, Wisconsin CVS Pharmacy LLC at 2 South Bedford Street. 35, entity reorganization for the Madison Association of the Deaf. 36, entity reorganization, Metcalf Foods West Inc. 37, entity reorganization, Fresh City Markets LLC. 38, entity reorganization, Metcalf Inc. 39, entity reorganization, Mendota Hospitality LLC. 40, entity reorganization, McTaggart's Inc. 42, change of premises, Naples 15 LLC. 45, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05. 109 Retail LLC at 109 East Wilson Street. And number 69, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, Forward Craft and Coffee LLC at 2166 Atwood Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. If you heard your business or your name read just now, we won't need to talk to you for the rest of this meeting. You're free to go, but you're certainly welcome to stay.
We do have 2 items for...
We have 2 items requiring an interpreter. And can you tell me which ones those are?
The first one is going to be item 47 for El Sabor de Puebla.
So we'll take up item 47, El Sabor de Puebla, right now.
If I can have the interpreter raise your right hand, do you affirm you'll accurately interpret Spanish to English and English to Spanish?
I do.
Excellent, thank you.
Excellent. Well, thanks for being here. So first we'll start with a question about, have you made contact with the police, the neighborhood association, or the alder in the district?
Yes, the 3 of them.
Excellent. Now, please tell us about your plan for the business and the 21-plus entertainment license.
Queremos hacer eventos privados y que incluyan grupos musicales.
We want to do private events with musical with bands, live bands.
Y van a ser 1 o 2 veces al mes aproximadamente
It's going to happen probably once or twice a month.
durante el tiempo de verano.
Del verano?
En verano.
During the summer, just during the summer.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Okay. Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, you're muted.
I'm muted. Yes, can you tell me a little bit about your establishment currently?
Tiene una capacidad de 200 personas. 220 personas.
The establishment has a capacity of 220 people.
Tiene una barra independiente al día.
There is an independent bar from the diner area.
Tiene dos áreas de dining.
Do you have a banquet room for private parties?
Sí.
Yes. He was saying there are two separate dining areas in the restaurant.
Okay, thank you for now. I might come back with some more questions.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. What are your current hours, and would these events be happening during your current hours or outside of your current hours?
Pretendemos cerrar a la 1:30.
Our plan is to extend the open hours until 1:30.
Viernes y sábado.
Only Fridays and Saturdays.
And will your events be open to the public, like for public dances?
Mayormente van a ser fiestas privadas.
We are mostly thinking of private parties.
I just said thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from committee members? Ms. Carter.
Yeah, so will you be having additional staff for these private events?
Vamos a tener personal de seguridad, bartender y meseros especialmente para esos eventos.
Yeah, for those events, we are going to have like a security staff, more bartenders, and also servers, specific for those events.
Okay, and on those days that you are having private events, you're going to be open until 1:30? Is that what you said?
Si podemos abrir hasta la 1:30.
Yeah. If that is possible, yes, we would like to be open until 1:30.
Okay, because I'm looking at your application and I don't see where you have the time on there of operations. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Alder Glenn.
Yes, will there be food served during this time? And knowing the restaurant and how it's set up, will it close for the party like after dinner, or is it going to be like an all-day event or both and, I guess?
El restaurante va a cerrar y a partir de que esté cerrado se va a dar paso. Por eso queremos cerrar hasta la 1:30, que va a ser entre las 9 de la noche y la 1:30.
The plan, the restaurant would close, and that's why we want to extend the hours until 1:30, because we would close at 9, and then the event could run after once the restaurant is closed.
Y si va a haber comida porque es la razón principal por los eventos es para vender comida.
And yes, there's going to be food, because that's the main purpose of these events, is to keep serving food.
Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant willing to use a specific method to control underage drinking, such as using color bands to identify the customers once they come into the restaurant?
Precisamente los securities van a ser para eso.
Mhm.
Van a estar destinados al control de los menores.
The security will take care of that. One of their missions is going to be to take care of minors in the area.
But how would you be identifying them? Some people use like wristbands to identify underage people.
Yes, they will be wearing wristbands.
Okay, it wasn't on the application, so will be okay if we put that as a condition on your license.
Yes, that can be added.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter?
Yes, so maybe I am confused. Is your establishment a restaurant currently? And I
Yes.
have a part 2 to that question.
Yes.
Okay, so minors are coming into your restaurant anyway with their parents or guardians, etc., with an adult, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and so this private party that you are getting this license for, are we talking about, for example, birthday celebrations, anniversary celebrations, or are you turning your restaurant into a bar after the restaurant closes at 9:30?
Van a ser fiestas familiares, cumpleaños, bodas, 15 años.
It's going to be like family events, like birthdays, weddings, quinceañeras.
Okay. I have a question for, well, if there's any more questions, I'll let that go forward. I do have a question for Jim when we get a chance, and for the attorney. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions for the applicant? Alder Figueroa Cole, your hand is up. Okay, Alder, I think that's it for questions for the applicant. So we can move on to questions for staff. Ms. Carter?
Great. Jim, are there any conditions on their license? Not the 21 plus, but their license before?
Yeah, let me look that up real quick.
Okay, while you're looking that up, I just want to ask either Attorney Zillavi whether or not, or Attorney McReynolds, I don't want you to feel left out, either or, about what are the rules, or if there is any policy, when a restaurant basically closes at 9:30 to become a private banquet facility. And when you ask for 21 or plus, then what are the precautions of ensuring that there are not minors in there? Because they don't necessarily have to be accompanied by an adult when it becomes a private party.
I can answer the first question directed towards me. There are no conditions currently on that license.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I can take the second part unless Jen is on and wants to jump in. But basically, it would turn into, after the restaurant closes, it would turn into a tavern, essentially, unless there were conditions about, serving food, remaining a restaurant, that type of thing. But it sort of would change from a restaurant into a tavern at that point, or a tavern with an entertainment license.
And
Thank
there are other establishments in the city, not that they close and have private events, but that they're a restaurant and they're obviously serving food and meals, but at a certain point of the evening, they become more of a tavern. And so there's some that have a condition that they have to have a posting that says after 9:30 or 10 p.m., nobody under the age of 21 is allowed on the premises. And I'm also going to be drafting an ordinance that addresses this specific issue of restaurants that at some point in the evening operate more as what we know to be a tavern.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure I was on the right track. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Further questions for staff? Any further questions for the staff or the applicant? Seeing none, we can move into a discussion. Any discussion about this application? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to remind the members of the committee that even when an applicant tells you sort of their plan, they're not held to that plan unless you put conditions on a license. So, for example, if an applicant says that they only want to remain open till 1:30 on Fridays and Saturdays, and that's their plan, we could not enforce that unless that was a condition. So then if they started having not that I think this will happen, but staying open till 1:30 every day of the week or something, there wouldn't be anything y'all could do about that after the fact. So if you do want specific days or times or anything like wristbands or anything like that, those would fall under conditions that you would place on the entertainment license. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that reminder. Are there any other points of discussion? Or any motions? Alder Glenn.
Yeah, just for discussion, I'm all for conditions in that, but I just want to acknowledge that when we think of events, for us to talk about those conditions in a sense of so thinking of a quinceañera, and it could be family, and it could be an all-day event of renting out the space, or a birthday party, and there might be children. I mean, as the newbie on the block of drafting it where when and or if it is a tavern or just adults and not a party, because I know that this location was set to be their bigger space. They have a very small space over behind East High School. A lot of the youth use, and I know they were really trying to bring in community over here on the north side in District 12, and so there isn't a lot of spaces to do things like that, and so. Just thinking along those lines of what we could draft to hold them to, because I hear what Sherry's saying and I heard what Jeanette said, but also understanding that I think there will be more family than kind of taverns, so how we could lay that out.
Thank you for your comments. Next hand I saw was Ms. Carter.
Yes, thank you. I just feel that if we, the one thing that I am more concerned about, whether it's a family event or not, is making sure that minors are not drinking. And that's whether it starts at 8 o'clock and ends at 1:30, right? And for them to be conscious of the fact that minors shouldn't drink, and they shouldn't be serving minors. So that is my concern, and I don't have a motion at this time because we're in discussion, but that is really my concern. If they're actually turning into a tavern where anyone over 21 can come in, then I do think that you do need to have something. Attorney Zillavy made a good point. Something posted that says after 10 o'clock, no one under 21 can enter, if that's the direction they want to go. And I don't know, based on their conversation, it's kind of lukewarm on which direction they want to go. Sounds like they want to go in both directions, but I think that has to be clear.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm running two systems here, audio, one phone, and whatever. So, can I get a reminder? I didn't write down the hours of operations for this license. Is it until 1 p.m. Friday and Saturday? Was the applicant that specific?
It sounds like they heard the question and will provide an answer now.
Right now, the license, they are closing at 9:30.
Okay.
Todos los días?
Alder Figueroa Cole, does that answer the question?
Wait a second. So it's 9:30 every day of the week, but on Saturdays there is karaoke, so, and we close at 1.
Okay.
So the entertainment license will go for Saturday until 1 or Friday and Saturday until 1?
Well, that would depend on the conditions that we place now, if we do so at all.
No, I get it, but I
Okay.
thought that they had mentioned something about they wanted to do it Friday and Saturday. I just couldn't remember if that was accurate.
Okay.
And also the second question is, what is the conversation being interpreted to the
Sorry,
applicant?
Janet. It's they plan on Friday and Saturday until 1:30. That's what they stated in
Okay,
their
that's
plan.
what I wanted to hear. Okay, and the second question is the conversation that we're having being interpreted to the applicant? Do they understand what we are discussing?
It is being interpreted.
Thank
They-
you.
They can
Okay.
understand the whole discussion.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay,
Okay.
Ms. Westra.
That's all I got for now.
Thank you. Ms. Westra.
Hold on one second. There we go. Mute button. It's your friend. So two things. First, a question for the captain. Do they know if the Northside Police District has any problems with this? Second is, while he's looking that up, second is just a couple comments around existing entertainment licenses in the area. Their neighbors do not have restrictions. And if I would be hesitant to put restrictions on them because it doesn't seem like this is an area that we need to over restrict licenses.
Thank you for that. Captain Hartman, did you hear the question that Ms. Westra asked?
The question being, is there any issues from the Madison Police Department? And there's none that I have been heard or was made aware of from the North District at this time.
Thank you. Are there any other committee members wishing to speak, ask questions, make a motion, or offer their thoughts?
Well, we have a lot of thoughts, so that's an open-ended question.
I would like to put forward a motion to move approval as is.
Okay. So the motion's been made to approve by Ms. Westra,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Carter. Alder Glenn, you have the floor.
I was just raising it to say second. But
Okay.
very-
Alder Figueroa Cole.
I understand and I support the idea of looking at at the other areas for the restrictions. I don't know what the hours of operations of the other areas are, so no idea because I didn't look that far. But I strongly feel that part of the process of the entertainment license is to ensure that we have a safety environment, and the same way that we have made standards we have standardized the conditions for the alcohol licenses. We should consider starting to standardize the conditions of these licenses to ensure that it's easier on their personnel to identify who the minors are, and adding wristbands to the condition list should not be a big deal, especially when the applicant said that they're okay with that condition. And then I also want to kind of echo what Amber was saying in regards to the hours of operations and to the continuity of serving food. I also don't feel like that is too much to ask. But if we but the condition about alcohol sales to minors, I feel strongly that should be part of the motion.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole. The question before the committee is, shall the application be approved as is? An amendment to the motion would be in order, or if there's no objection, we could do it informally like we frequently do on this committee. Alder,
So I can
go ahead.
make an amendment, or like you said, I mean, I will strongly suggest that the applicant uses the wristbands to identify underage drinkers, and at the minimum that the restaurant maintains the category of restaurant based on the alcohol sales percentage. I don't know how to word that, but maybe Amber can help me or Vervier can help me. That will be my amendment, to add those two conditions, the wristbands and to maintain the category of restaurant.
Okay. 1 second here. Anyone who wants to? Ms. Carter.
I just would like a clarification. Alder Figueroa Cole, are you saying that at all times they need to identify minors during their hours of being in a restaurant? I'm just asking for clarification.
Can you hear me? Yes. No, I'm asking when they're turning to these activities, that when they check people at the door, they put a wristband for the time of the activity, not when there's a restaurant, but when the activity starts. So they're gonna have security. Security will probably check in people at the door. And
I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So the motion would be to add a condition that during all entertainment events, wristbands or other ways to identify underage patrons would be utilized.
Correct. That's one condition. And then the other condition that I know you guys have used before, but I don't know how to word it at this moment, is to maintain the restaurant category. So when you sell food, because they did say they're going to sell food, that's the primary, they said that was the primary intent. To just, like Amber said, let's hold them to their primary intent of selling food throughout the entertainment period.
Okay. I wrote down an interpretation of the conditions. So first condition, wristbands shall be issued to patrons under 21 during private parties. And number 2, establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant as provided by MGO 38 point whatever it is. I don't know off the top of my head, at all times.
Much better than mine. I like that.
And that's considered friendly to me.
Okay, so is there any objection by any member of the committee to making that now the motion?
I don't have an objection. I just have a question before we make the motion. Could I ask Attorney Zilovey what the ordinance is that she's drafting up before we
Can we
talk about?
Can we maybe do that? Can we hear from Attorney McReynolds first before
Okay,
we
sure. Yeah.
do that?
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I when you make the language, I would change it a little bit from the underage person must have a wristband to something, I think maybe it was Ms. Westra said there should be a system with wristbands to identify underage drinker. I don't know,
Underage patrons.
underage patrons. Just because I think a lot of places put the wristband on the person who's 21 or over. So I don't want to like dictate the details of like how they do the wristband thing, just that,
Or
you know,
yeah, and who knows, in 3 months there could be a way better way to do it. So there's just a system in place to identify underage patrons from legal drinking age.
I think the verbiage I am writing down here is during entertainment events, wristbands or other means should be used to identify patrons under 21 years of age.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you always put the wristband on the old person because the kid could pull off the one.
And then what's for the second condition? What is it? Is it 38.06 or?
I'll have to look that one up.
Okay.
To be a sorry, Chair, you can just write maintain the definition of a restaurant at all times.
You cannot do that? Is that what you said?
No, you can.
Oh, okay.
I'm
We don't
saying
have
you
to
don't
cite
need to
the
cite-
thing. Okay, that's much easier
Yeah.
then. Make the definition of a restaurant at all times. Okay, is everyone okay with now the motion is to approve with the 2 conditions that we just discussed which we'll read again before we vote. There's no objection to making that the motion before the body.
I don't have an objection. I told you we all have thoughts.
You can,
But I'm just wondering, is the consistency to put the wristband, I like the wristband idea, but is the consistency to put it on the 21 and older? And if that's the consistency, I think we should go forward with it. If not, then we can keep it the way it is. Just a thought.
thank you. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question of our 2 assistant city attorneys. My recollection is that historically we added this specific MGO reference to definition of a restaurant because the state statute definition of a restaurant and our definition of a restaurant are in conflict. Could one of the assistant city attorneys, maybe historically Attorney Zilovey, since she's served us for some time, might have a better memory of that? But if you also know that off the top of your head, Attorney McReynolds.
Yeah, I think you're right. So sorry about that. I think it's cleaner. I mean, I guess I was assuming when we're talking about the definition of restaurant, we're talking about our own definition. But yeah, to make it super clear, you can do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I looked at what we'd
Thank
done
you.
in other licenses, and it's must meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by MGO, section 38.02 at all times.
Yes. Or shall instead of must.
For sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so, so Mr. Verbic, can you read the conditions?
Yes. The conditions are, number one, during entertainment events, wristbands or other means shall be used to identify patrons under 21 years of age. And two, shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by MGO Section 38.02 at all times.
Okay, so those, the motion to approve with those conditions is pending. Alder Glenn, would you like to ask your question now of Attorney Zillivi?
Yeah, I just wanted to have her just briefly discuss what ordinance she's working on, because if it was something that was going to take care of this coming up, but then I agree with what others had said is, you know, in 3 months, maybe there is something that comes up and then it'll be handled, but that was my question. So I just wanted to hear what ordinance she was writing up in regards to.
I mean, right now it's more of a concept than an actual draft, but there is a sponsor for it, and I've spoken with them about the general concept, but it's to get at that issue of places that are bona fide restaurants for most of the day, but then in the evening they operate more as a tavern. So it's providing some restrictions and guidance so that we hopefully can avoid the issue of underage being on those premises after hours, particularly when they go on like 8 o'clock. And then if they're still there at midnight and they say, oh, well, I was just here eating. Well, not for 4 hours, probably.
Okay. Thank you. That was helpful.
Are there any more points of discussion or questions from members of the committee? Does everyone understand the motion? I think maybe just to be safe, we should read it one more time and then we're ready to vote.
Yep. Condition number one, during entertainment events, wristbands or other means shall be used to identify patrons under 21 years of age. And number two, shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by MGO Section 38.02 at all times.
Okay, so is there any,
Oh, the establishment. That's it. Number two should be, the establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant as defined by MGO Section 38.02 at all times.
all right. All right, thank you, everyone. Is there any objection to approval with those conditions? Seeing none, the application is approved with conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, Hulu.
Okay, that was number 40.
And then,
Okay, next on our agenda is item 52, Coral Hut. Is there a registrant for this one?
we have a Jinjing Zhu registered for the item. I don't know if they are in Zoom. I don't know if we want to have our interpreter ask if they could raise their hand to identify themselves. I don't see anyone at that name in the attendees list.
That sounds good. Well, can our interpreter ask if Jingjing Zhu is here for Coral Hut?
Coral Hut 这个申请人，金金徐在场吗？如果在线上的话，能不能举一下手？
Is there another one with an interpreter?
No, that's the only one for interpreter.
No, Jim, there's one more for Gobi, number
Oh, yeah, I'm
57.
sorry. Yes, there is another one. Thanks. Yep, the other one for interpreter is, 57. Go
Okay.
Wisconsin, LLC.
Let's move on to that one for now, and then we'll see if Coral Hut shows up. Item 57, Gobi Mongolian Grill and Hot Pot. Is there a registrant for that one?
Yep, Jun Chen is registered and in Zoom.
Okay, Jun Chen.
So Holly, can I first have you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to accurately interpret Mandarin to English and English to Mandarin?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Jun Chen, can you hear us?
听得见吗？我们说话听得见吗？
可以。
Yes.
Can you tell us if you were able to make contact with the alder of the district, the police captain, and the neighbors in the area?
那你能不能跟我们说一下，你有没有能够和你的区域的市议员，还有警察队长，还有社区就邻里协会有没有联系过？
有的能打电话的都打了，发邮件的也发了，没接的也有留言了。
Yes. The ones I was able to call, I called. The ones I was able to reach through email, I did. And the ones that I wasn't able to reach, I left messages.
Okay, who weren't you able to reach?
是哪一个没有能，就是哪一个没有能够通到电话？
Okay.
Hello?
Maybe try repeating the question.
刚刚有没有给出答案？刚刚如果给出答案的话，我们没有听到。
我还没有。
Oh, haven't given an answer yet.
是那个 alder.
Okay.
ALDER.
The alder.
Yeah, the alder.
Okay. Committee? Are there any questions or comments at this stage? If not, we'll move on with this. Jun Chen, can you please tell us about your business, what your plans are for the license?
那你能不能跟我们解释一下，就是你的这个企业是怎么样的？是你们的申请这个酒牌，那解释一下你这个企业。
我们计划是6月初开门，我们只卖啤酒。
So we're planning to open in the beginning of June, June 1st, and we are planning to only sell beer.
Are there any questions from members of the committee?
那么委员会现在有没有什么问题想问申请人的？
Okay, I don't see any questions from members of the committee. Jun Chen, how long have you? Oh, sorry, Alder Verveer. It's hard for me. It's
okay.
It's a different screen.
Thank you, no problem. Welcome back. My only question, I think, at this point is you had just articulated that you were only applying for a Class B beer license, but this application is also for a Class C wine license. And the business plan you submitted also references a wine license. Do you no longer wish to seek a wine license as well as the beer license?
那现在我也想问的一个问题就是，你在申请表格上面填写的是申请就是 B 级和 C 级，就是啤酒和葡萄酒的酒牌许可。那你刚刚说你想只卖啤酒，那么是不是就是说你已经改变主意，不打算再有葡萄酒的供应呢？
我们是暂时是先卖啤酒，可能未来以后会加上酒，加上葡萄酒。
So our plan to start is to offer just beer, and possibly in the future we may expand it into offering wine.
Thank you. Would you like us to consider granting the wine license now, or do you wish to, at some point in the future, possibly reapply and come back for that wine license?
谢谢回答。那么你现在你想一起把葡萄酒的酒牌一起申请掉吗？还是暂时不申请葡萄酒，而以后等想供应葡萄酒的时候再重新申请？
我们想现在也申请，就一起申请。
We're hoping to apply for it right now as well, so we can apply for both together.
I understand. Thank you very much.
能够理解，谢谢。
谢谢。
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Westra.
Move approval.
There's a motion.
提出批准的动议。
Okay, the motion by Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Verveer to approve. Ms.
I
Carter.
just have one question, and we can go further with the approval. Are you closing early on Friday and Saturday?
现在就是营业时间，星期五和星期六是不是关门的时间比较早
9点半关门。
？We close at 9:30.
9:30 on both nights?
这两天都是9点半。
Okay.
是的。
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. Thank you very much.
谢谢，可能是我自己看错了，谢谢。
谢谢。
We can go forward with the motion. That was my question.
Thank you.
我们可以继续进行这个动议，谢谢。
Alder Figueroa Cole.
So this applicant says that they had an application before in State Street. I was trying to figure out, I opened the application, I was trying to figure out what was the percentages for alcohol versus food, but I cannot see that on the 2019 application for some reason. For the committee, anyone on the committee or the chair, is 5% and 95% a common number of that you guys see on the committee? Because it seems like 5% is such a low number for alcohol.
For us, in my opinion, for a restaurant like this that's just doing beer and maybe wine, 5% is fairly accurate. If it would be different if they had liquor.
Okay, I just wanted to check because it seemed like, again, I don't want to set a lower expectation and get in trouble in the future if they need to prove that number. Yeah, that was my only question. Thank you.
刚刚这问题只是讨论一下，因为这申请表格上面写的95%的收入是卖食品，而5%仅5%是啤酒，所以是想确认一下，这是不是一个比较常见的一个百分比的一个分隔？因为觉得5%的酒的收入觉得比较少，但是其他委员会的成员提到，因为像这种餐厅的话，这个还是比较恰当的，因为只是卖啤酒而已。如果是卖烈酒的话，可能这个百分比的比例会有不同，所以这个就是刚刚的讨论的这个问题。
好的，谢谢。
Okay, thanks.
All right. Ms. Westra.
I just have a question for Attorney McReynolds, just a follow-up to the Alder's question. about what the Madison definition of a restaurant is. So in my opinion, the numbers that they're giving us are guidelines. It's not something we audit to. The audit part would come in if they were a restaurant but not meeting the definition. And I think that's 51%, but if one of the attorneys could just clarify that for us, that would be great.
现在就请现在就请市政律师给我们澄清一下，作为一个餐厅，法定上面的定义，什么是算餐厅？就是这个分割方面是必须要达到多少才是一个法律上的定义的餐厅？所以请市政的律师跟我们解释一下。
Yes, that's correct. So our definition of restaurant in the ordinance is if the sale of alcohol is 50% or less of the establishment's gross receipts. So most things in these applications are just to give you information and let you know sort of what this business is expecting their business to be. But without conditions, they're not held to most things in this application. It's mostly just to give you a sense of what their business will be.
所以法律定义上，只要超过50%的话，就符合法律定义作为一个餐厅。当然，这些法条也是给予指南方面的作用，而不是真正的给出法律的限制。
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, the motion is to approve. Is there any objection to the motion?
那现在提出批准的动议，有没有任何一方对批准动议做出反对的？
Seeing no objection, this application is approved.
那没有反对的话，那么这个申请就被批准了。
We will go back to item 52, Coral Hut.
我们接下来就回到第52号议程，是 Coral Hut。
Okay, Jing Chu, can you please tell us whether you made the communication with the contacts with the police, the neighbors, and the alder of District 17?
那么金徐能不能跟我们说一下，你有没有能够和你的区域里的市议员、警察队长和你的邻里协会有没有能够达成联系？
It looks like they may be muted. I think they have to hit *6 to unmute.
要电话静音了，要按就是按一下6。
听得到吗？
Yep，
听得到吗？
听得到。OK， we can hear。
OK， 好。我们都联系了，然后跟他们在那个店里边也见面了，然后也发了 email， 和他们电话也通过话了。
Yes, we were able to get in contact with them, and we met them in person at the restaurant, and we also had sent out emails to them.
Okay. Any questions from the committee at this stage? Seeing none, now you can tell us, Xingjing Chu, you can tell us about your business, what your plans are, things of that nature.
那么现在能不能跟我们介绍一下你的就是企业接下来的规划？你们想打算怎么做？
我们这现在是还是在试营业，然后呢准备卖的是那种 draft beer， 还有那个瓶装的酒，然后这边是烤肉跟火锅在一起，然后早上是11点半开门，营业到晚上的10点钟，周一到周四，然后周五周六的时候呢关门在11点，是这样。
So right now our plan is to sell like draft beer and then sell as ciders, and then our operating hours are Monday through Thursday from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. and then on the weekends like Friday, Saturday, we're gonna be extending the closing time till 11:30 or I'm sorry 11 p.m. and then we do barbecue and then hot.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Ms. Carter.
Yes, on your application, it shows that you're going to be closed Monday through Thursday to 10:30, not 10 o'clock. Which one is correct?
那申请表上写就是周一到周四你们的营业时间是到10点半才关门，然后你刚刚说是10点关门，哪一个是正确的营业时间
10点钟是正确的时间，然后上面是那个填错了，不好意思。
Yeah, the 10 p.m. is the correct closing
10
time. Sorry,
okay.
I filled it out by mistakenly. Sorry.
That's okay. Jim, can we get that corrected?
那我们就在申请表上帮你纠正一下。
And is your restaurant inside the mall or outside? I'm not familiar.
然后你这餐馆是，对，因为对这餐厅的位置不是特别熟悉，所以你这餐厅是在 mall 里面的，外面的。
我们是在那个mall的那个里面，但是我们有自己的门，是从自己的门可以进出，有自己的门面。
So we are inside the mall, but we have our own entrance to go in and out of.
Okay, thank you. I have other questions that would be for staff.
谢谢。我等一会儿还有一些其他问题，可能是要问工作人员的。
Are there any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, questions for staff? Ms. Carter. Are there any, Ms. Carter, you have questions for staff?
It looks like she's frozen.
Okay. Anyone else have questions for staff? Okay. So let's see. Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I do have one question for the applicant.
Go ahead.
On number 18 of your application, it asks for a registered agent. And that's not always the same person as the liquor license agent, but it could be. Who will be your registered agent?
在你的申请表上，第18号问题，它就是要求填写一个就是注册的代理人。这个注册的代理人的话，就是可以是是申请人，也可以是其他人。因为你没有填写，所以你想填谁？
金京许。
金京许。
Okay. Jim, is it possible to make that addition to the application?
Sure.
Thank
那
you.
我们也把这个也加到申请表上去。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Carter.
Yeah, I got kicked out of Zoom, so I just want to know, did anyone address the where is it? The agent and the president, I think it was.
If you're asking about,
I was going to ask that to attorney. I just want to know if someone addressed it. I can't find it now.
if you're talking about question 18, the registered agent,
Yes, yes.
then yes, that was addressed. We're going to add, Jim is going to add Jing Shu to that line there.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Are there any further questions? Any further questions or a motion?
Move approval.
A motion to approve by Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Verveer. Are there any objections to approval?
有人提出一个批准的动议，然后也有人支持，所以
Seeing none, the motion is approved.
那么批准了，动议批准了。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Holly.
Yep, no problem. 好，可以下线了。
谢谢，拜。
Bye. Okay, next on our agenda is item 2, the operator license application for Jonathan Williams. Is Jonathan Williams registered and in the room? Yes, you can come on up here. So first we'll hear from MPD about why this application got a flag. Can you briefly explain that to us, Captain Hartman?
Yes, this one was flagged. Jonathan Williams has a recent conviction in December of 2024. There he was working as a bartender at Lucky's Bar on Regent Street while officers were doing a bar check and checking for underage drinkers. Mr. Williams was working as the bartender at the time. He was vouching for an underage person, stating that they were a staff member and that they were over the age of 21. Later, it was determined that the person was indeed underage in the establishment, not a member or a staff member there, and was consuming alcohol. So given Mr. Williams' actions that day, he was cited for obstructing.
And was this a misdemeanor or a civil forfeiture?
City ordinance.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Williams. Ms. Carter, do you have a question for Captain Hartman?
Yeah, I do, because on this form, there's something on speeding and there's no year or location for that.
We can probably ask the applicant about that.
Or is this just something that it says no, so is that something that is standard? I just wanted to know. If you can find it, that's great. If not, we'll ask the applicant.
I'll see if I can dig it up quick, but at this point, we can just go ahead and ask the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Williams, tell us about the incident that led to your citation and also about the speeding conviction.
So I never actually got anything in the mail saying that I got cited or anything. Never got a bill or a fine. Also, I never said anything as far as the age of the person who I was vouching for. This is just somebody who came in. He would help us out when we were switching over from dinner to late night. He would come and help us with like switching over kegs and taking out trash for us and stuff. And I just, for helping out, I would give him a little bit of money. But so as far as me saying that he was an employee there, those words never came out of my mouth. It was, he was helping us out here, so this is why he's here. And then I never said a single word about his age. As far as him drinking, that was not on my radar.
So you said you never got a ticket in the mail, or you never?
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Did you?
And
So
it's not on my CCAP or anything like
okay. Did you know about this? When did you find out about this citation?
Basically, when the cop was there, or the police officer, sorry, he was there. He came over to me after I had already talked to 3 of his officers who, if they had a problem with it, I assumed they would have taken him out immediately then and there. But 3 officers went by before before the other one, who gave me the sheet of paper saying he might go along with this, and he might charge me more depending on how he felt that day. So, not really sure if he ever felt like doing that day or not. So.
Okay. And about the speeding, do you remember what year that was?
That was so long ago, I don't remember.
Okay.
It's probably one of the first years living here, maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney Zillivi.
If you want to give me a second, I might have that police report here and I can find it and let you know what's in the police report in terms of what happened that evening.
For the Lucky's
Yes.
incident? Yeah, that would be
Correct.
great.
Okay.
Attorney McReynolds, in the meantime, would you like to add?
Yeah. So just to clarify something, nothing that is a municipal ordinance violation would be in CCAP. Our ordinances just stay with the Madison Municipal Court and would never be on CCAP. I did look it up with our internal system, and it looks like Mr. Williams had an initial appearance scheduled for June 5th, 2024, and he pleaded no contest by mail. I don't know if that includes, there is like a form you can fill out online to also plead. So I don't know if they consider that by mail as well, but it does look like he pled no contest to this back in June of 2024. So
Does
for
it
what it's worth, go ahead.
Say what the penalty was?
Yes. So when someone pleads no contest, the judge finds them guilty. And then in municipal court, there is a range of a financial penalty, so a forfeiture that the judge can impose. And in this case, he imposed $250,
And
which has not been paid.
okay.
But yeah, it looks like that's now in state debt collection. But so yeah, and the $250 is a relatively low amount for this charge of resisting or obstructing.
Okay. Thanks for that, Attorney McReynolds. Attorney Zillivi?
Yeah, I just found the report, but I think the more pertinent thing right now is that he just told you that he didn't get a citation. And clearly he's not being truthful because he pled no contest to the citation. So I think that's a pretty significant point right there, but just give me a second to read through the report.
I have the report in front of me if you want me to jump to that section of it.
Yes, Alder Revere has his hand up. Do you want to talk now, or do you want to hear about the report first?
Thank you, Chair. I had sought recognition many minutes ago to largely ask one of our assistant city attorneys to share with us the history in municipal court, which, again, none of us have access to since it's an internal system only.
Okay.
I think the only other follow-up just on that point for closure is whether it be Captain Hartman or one of the assistant city attorneys, could you please share how the citation was served, what the proof of service was, since the applicant is at one point saying or denying any service, but at the other but yet apparently in the record, someone, unless there was an error made in court, and someone, I presume the defendant at that point, did submit the written no contest plea. Captain Hartman, you said you have the report in front of you. Can you skip down to the proof of service? How was the citation served?
I'll read the paragraph to you, and this is from Officer Pierik, who is on our community policing team in the Central District. In his report, he states, I contacted the bartender, who was identified with Wisconsin DL driver's license as Jonathan J. Williams, male white, date of birth 7/12 of 99. Williams admitted to me that he had lied about Grant's age to Sergeant Langfeld, as well as the fact that he was a Lucky's staff member. Williams advised me he was friends or acquaintances with Grant. Williams brought the on-duty manager, Scott Hellestad, out from the back and informed Hellestad of the situation. I advised Hellestad and Williams that I would be issuing Williams a citation for obstructing and that there was a potential for either Williams or the establishment itself to be cited for an additional account of adult encourages underage consumption of alcohol or the equivalent statute for the establishment. I then ended my contact with Williams and later issued him municipal ordinance citation number 0181 SSFB1K.
Thank you, Captain. So just if I could clarify, the citation was issued on the evening in question during the incident.
From the report, that is what it appears, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, are there, Ms. Westra?
Just for clarification and for our new members, can we get either the captain or one of the city attorneys to explain the trigger that this municipal caused and what our responsibilities are as a committee for issuing operators licenses?
Attorney McReynolds?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Westra. So this committee has policy guidelines for our operators' licenses. And I know that Jim has sent those out to everyone. This got flagged because of guideline 2B. Basically, that's if there's one or more offenses within the last 5 years, and the offense has to involve lack of cooperation with law enforcement officials, including but not limited to resisting or obstructing a police officer, etc. And then we go to guideline 6, that you can recommend approval of an operator's license for an applicant who would otherwise be denied under these policy guidelines. So right now, under the policy guideline, Mr. Williams would be denied. You can decide if you sort of want to override that and recommend approval. It says the ALRC may recommend approval of an operator's license application if the application would otherwise be denied under this policy if the applicant presents the ALRC with substantial, credible evidence of rehabilitation. This often deals more with people who have had alcohol or other drug issues in the past. So that would be, actual letters of rehabilitation. But, you could consider other things to show whether or not you think that there has been rehabilitation, however you'd like to define that, when it's surrounding an issue of obstructing an officer. And then if you deny an operator's license, you have to say the reasons for denial clearly on the record, consistent with the criteria in this guideline document. Does anyone have any questions about that?
I do.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. Is there a, does the rules explain if we deny the application, when can the applicant come back for reconsideration?
Yes, I believe that's in the ordinance. I can look it up quickly. I think it might be 1 year, but let me double check.
So I'm still going through Jim's package and I haven't got to that revokes part.
Alder Figueroa Cole, do you have any?
Yes, and I have another question
Go ahead.
for Attorney Reynolds.
Oh.
So when it's my understanding when tickets are issued by as part of the process, the municipal court sets it's if you are not able to pay the full amount of your ticket, they can arrange a payment schedule. Was this is applicant connected with the courts to get that established at all?
Yeah. So like I said, the court record shows that the judge imposed $250. There is a payment plan listed in here. When I was a prosecutor less than 2 years ago, you couldn't get a payment plan unless you were like directly communicating with the court. I don't think it's something the judge would just impose on his own. And then if you miss a payment, then the payment plan goes away and you just owe the full amount. So that's what's happened in this case.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's all I have. I just want to know then what is the how long before the applicant can reapply for to
Okay,
the
I will
ARC.
look into that and I'll raise my hand again when I find the answer.
Thank you.
Ms. Westra.
I guess I would just like to start this off. I'm actually going to do something I very rarely do with these. I'm going to actually move denial based on the flagging of this license approval for the primary reason of failing these guidelines. And since they were employed at the establishment at the time that this obstruction charge, it is directly violates the operator's responsibility of being a bartender. So I don't think I'm not comfortable passing this along with what we've heard tonight.
I'll second that motion, but I still want to know when can they reapply.
So is the motion then is to deny on the basis of guideline 2B that the offense involved cooperation, lack of cooperation with law enforcement officials, including but not limited to resisting or obstructing a police officer?
Yes.
Is that properly stated motion? You want the attorney's
Yes.
answer? Okay, so it's
Yes.
been moved and seconded.
On readiness, are we not going back to talk to the applicant? I just want to, because we kind of jumped straight into discussion.
We may be able to do that. Alder Verveer is seeking recognition.
Okay.
I had additional questions for the applicant at the appropriate time, Chair.
Okay, I think we can
I
ask.
don't know that I'm first in the queue for that.
Yes, go ahead.
I am? Okay. Well, you heard the police report verbatim. Sir, do you wish to respond? Do you dispute any of the facts that were read to you by the police captain as cited by the officer that you were?
I didn't think all of that was very accurate. I think I'm not saying that the officer lied on that summary or whatever it was on the report, sorry. But I will say he did have a long night. He was there for like three hours, maybe longer. He cited a lot of people that day, and I would argue that maybe some of that might have seeped into that report, because not everything reported there was accurate, to my knowledge.
Do you now
Or
recall?
to my memory.
Thank you. Do you now recall receiving a physical citation
So when he
from
gave,
the officer, Pierre?
he gave me something that night, and when he stated afterwards that I don't know if I'm going to charge you with both of these, or because he gave me two things. That's when I said earlier that I don't know if I'm going to cite you with one of these, two of these, or none of these. It depends on how I'm feeling the night that I'm going through these reports or doing these citations or whatever, finalizing them. So I assumed that I would get something in the mail along, never. I don't know if it was a mailing problem or maybe he was going off the wrong address or something, but essentially what I did was went online to look at that one, or the one that he gave me, and I may have clicked some buttons, but I don't remember ever doing the no contest or any of that, so I don't remember anything
Well,
else.
you anticipated my next question. If you, after hearing all this, recalled then pleading no contest, or you don't recall pleading at all, but you recall going on the municipal court website now.
I would have gone on there to read about it, and still not seeing anything that I would have found that needed to be taken action or whatever. Oh, sorry.
That's fine. And you don't recall receiving anything in the mail from municipal court saying that the judge found you guilty and you owe a forfeiture of $250? Okay. Well, now you know you owe $250. You can move to, just so you know, you can move to reopen the case, I believe technically still in municipal court, unless there's a deadline that you've missed. Right next door is their office, but obviously they're not open at this hour. Otherwise, you owe $250. By the way, if we did grant the license to you, it wouldn't be issued until you pay that fine or a payment plan's approved by the court. My last question, though, is about Lucky's. Is your employer, are you still employed at Lucky's?
I am still employed at Lucky's.
Was your employer aware of the citation that you received? That you're the owner? I'm sorry, you'll have to, if you could withhold.
Jonathan, move closer
If
to
you
the
could
mic.
withhold. So why don't, apparently, there's another registrant who is not registered, correct? Deputy City Clerk, but I think, Chair, you'd allow it if she registers after her testimony. Did you want to say something more before apparently your employer speaks?
Can you stay for a second to see if Ms. Carter has a question for you? Ms. Carter?
No, my question was answered. I wanted to know if he remembered pleading no contest. And he
Okay.
doesn't.
Any further questions for the
I
applicant?
do have one more question before we hear from the employer, and that is, have you ever been licensed as an operator or bartender before here or in another jurisdiction?
No, I would have been working while somebody else with it.
Okay, so this is your first time applying? You've never been licensed previously? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you can come up now. You'll have to register with the city clerk's office after your testimony.
Do I stay up here?
You could probably sit down. Alder Revere, you have questions?
Would you please introduce yourself?
Hi, Angela Jenna, and I work for Lucky's. I'm a business partner with Rod Ripley, the primary owner.
So you are one of the owners, okay, of the corporation? Okay, or LLC. You were responding from the gallery. Do you wish to and explain? So my question of the applicant, apparently you're still your employee, is your employer aware that he was cited? And you were saying that you were not aware of the obstructing
We were not aware of
charge
that.
or conviction?
No, so I even wanted to correct, when this came up, it was December 24 is what somebody initially said. This was April 6th of 2024. We were well aware of the issue with the underage situation, and the primary person that was on staff at that time is no longer with us for that reason. But I was not aware of this second citation, nor did we get paperwork from that day of that.
So you're saying that you weren't aware of any issues with Mr. Williams and the
No.
police department at all? When you said earlier you were referring to other employees had been cited that night, or?
None, we were cited.
You-
We were not aware of any employees being cited that night.
The tavern received a long-form complaint from
Yep.
from the city of Madison, and that prosecution is still underway, I presume? An open case. I understand, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions? As a reminder, there's a motion pending to deny on the basis of guideline 2B. And we're still waiting for two answers from Attorney McReynolds and Attorney Zillavy. And are either of the attorneys ready to speak? I don't want to rush this. Attorney McReynolds.
Chair, I'm still looking for the answer. I'm looking through our ordinances and the state law. I don't have it yet.
Are we confident that that answer exists? That it just needs to be found?
I don't know, honestly. I would assume that the answer exists because I know that for other licenses, if they're denied, there is a time period before you can reapply. But I can't say with certainty that it does because this comes up so infrequently. I don't know. I also don't know if it would change the result, but I will keep looking.
Okay.
At the end of the guidelines document, it does talk about appealing this application if it's denied, but there's no mention of an additional application in the future.
Alder Figueroa Cole, we may have to move on without getting the answer to your question.
Can I have another question then?
Okay, go ahead.
So based on Alder Reviere's comments, so if the applicant goes back to court and reopens the case, or if possible to reopen the case, and a resolution happens there that, I don't know, so the case gets thrown out or whatever, will they then be able to come back and reapply, like you're saying, to appeal the decision?
I'm going to chime in on this suggestion that he may reopen the case.
Go ahead.
There are specific grounds on which that can happen. He's pretty much outside the time limits for that, and I highly doubt that it would be reopened. And I'm just going to stick my nose in here for a second, that we're not just talking about the citation he got. We're also talking about the fact that he stood before you and was not truthful. I don't know if, well, he didn't put it on his application either, and the application says that either making a false statement or omitting information on the application can lead to a denial of the application. And I just think you are not sending a good message if you approve an application from somebody who stood before you and was not truthful. And I would just ask you to consider that.
Okay. Let's see, Ms. Carter.
Yes. This is a tough one. This is a tough one for all the things that has been said tonight. I will say that, as Jim said, he can appeal our decision. He can pay the $250 or whatever it is at this moment, since it's in collection. Even if we approve this, he will not be able to do anything until he pays the $250. But this is a tough one, and I am going to not be approving this because of all the things that he said and all the things that has happened. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So I'm not looking, I already second the motion, so I'm going to stick with that. But I feel like these shouldn't follow this person for the rest of their lives, and we're not giving them any concrete process to come back to us at a certain point. That's what I was trying to get at. So we perhaps don't have to have the process in place, don't have the process right now, but we should have a process in place to, we should be able to explain to people, how to come back to us eventually. That's what I'm trying to accomplish here. So yes, I'm going to stick with the denial of the time, but most likely outside of this meeting, I will go back to staff and try to figure out what the process is for an applicant to reapply in a case like this. Thank you.
Alder Glenn.
Yeah, this is I also think that like when you think of law, you have to come in with clean hands, right? Like it's stated and there has to be processes for him to be able to, and processes in place for people to always be able to have second chances and come back. I, however, clearly heard early that there was omissions, and I think it is important that when you show up, there is always room to be able to be heard and atoned and rehabilitation, and I've changed and I see this and this is where I made my mistake. But that isn't what I heard tonight. And so I think for me, I agree with Alder Figueroa in that it would be great to hear about the way he could come back before us and what that process will be outside of paying the ticket, and to come back in and then just say what happened and tell us what happened and then allow us to see the change. That's what we needed to see tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Attorney Zillivi.
I'm sorry, I just forgot to put my hand down. Sorry about that.
Okay. Ms. Carter.
I think that this is not a permanent record that he can never come back. That is not the case. We've had people come back in the past. However, I'm just saying that, and I'll repeat it, because if we would approve it tonight, he wouldn't get his license unless he paid the fine. So if he comes back, he still needs to have that fine paid. And if he's smart, he would come back and say he's learned from this tonight. But I have seen operators come back. This is not a permanent staying for the rest of his life until he's 90 and he comes back and wants to know if he could be a bartender at the nursing home. He will be able to come back. I'm just saying it would be nice if he paid the fine first.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the committee? Okay, so the motion is to deny on the basis of guideline 2B. The offense involved a lack of cooperation with law enforcement, including obstructing a police officer. We'll do a roll call vote on this item, and Mr. Verbeek, please call the roll.
Sure. Sorry, oh, here we go. All right. Alder Glenn. And just to clarify, the vote is, the motion is to deny. So hearing that, Alder Glenn?
Yes, I don't even know what I'm supposed to say at this moment. Yes, pass it. Yes, I agree.
Alder Glenn, aye. Alder Revere? Aye. Alder Revere, aye. Ms. Farley?
Aye.
Ms. Farley, aye. Ms. Westra?
Aye.
Ms. Westra, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Ms. Carter?
Aye.
Ms. Carter, aye. Chair, the vote is 6 ayes and no noes.
Thank you. The motion passes.
And if you could use the QR code on that table, if you just register real quick. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item 7, a municipal approval for full-sale retail alcohol sales at Giant Jones Brewing. This one is new for all of us. Do we have a registrant for this item?
We do. Erica Jones is registered in support and available to answer questions.
Okay, Erica, explain what your plan is for these dates.
Okay, I think you can hear me. Great. So we are located on Brearley Street at the 931 East Main Street Industry Building. Our entrance is on Brearley Street, which is part of the La Fête de Marquette Neighborhood Festival. So that whole block is closed off during the days of Fête. So I think it's closed Friday through Sunday, July 11th through 13th. And there's a stage, there's vendors, there's all sorts of things down on this 200 block of South Brearley Street. And so the idea is that, so our door is right there and we are open. And so the idea is that it would just be included as part of the festival, that we could serve and sell from our space for people out in the street as part of the festival.
Thank you. And I see that there's a letter here. Are you familiar with these? The committee has received a letter between Captain Hartman and Attorney Zillavi. Have you seen these letters?
I have not seen these letters.
Have you reached out to the police captain?
I have not in relation to this application.
Okay.
My understanding was first step was municipal approval when I submit this. It's also new for me, so.
Yep, this is the first time this body has considered this type of application. So are there any questions for the applicant, Attorney McReynolds?
Thank you, Chair.
Or any comments you may have?
Yeah, I wanted to just cue in the committee members that this is one of those new full service retail applications that we briefly talked about at the last meeting. And so our part is limited to, if you're looking at your packet on page 37, part G is sort of what you're tasked with. And so what we can do is, or what you can do is ask similar questions to what you would normally ask. And then you can decide whether or not you want to limit the scope of the alcohol beverages offered for sale, if you want to put any requirements or restrictions, and then we would have to list those on the application. And then it goes to the state for approval. So this is one of those where a producer has sort of special treatment by the state to apply for this kind of thing. So that is sort of what our focus will be, but you can ask any of the other questions that you would normally want to ask and consider that when you're making sort of conditions or restrictions. Thank you.
Ms. Carter.
Yeah, so Attorney McReynolds, even if we approve it and put on conditions, the state is the one that's going to grant it. Am I right with that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, but there is a section that, we can put on municipal restrictions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, will you be selling solely from the building? And would the consumption be solely in the building? Or what is the actual plan for where the selling of alcohol and the consuming of alcohol will take place?
Sure. So the way that our premise is set up, we have a big garage door that opens up to the sidewalk. And so when we're normally operating, people are consuming inside of the tasting room. The garage door is open. People can look outside and let the outside in. For this, and we have a bar that's at the back of the tasting room, and tables and everything inside. So that's our normal operation. For this event, we would basically be allowing people to consume inside, but also to take them outside onto the street where there's a stage and there's like some different vendors that are selling, arts and crafts and things and food. And so they would be doing both is what our idea would be, so that it would kind of be, they would be part of the festival as, the other areas have different like beer service tents by other distributors. So we would be, ideally, we would just be serving from inside our space that already exists, but, allowing people to then go be part of the festival.
Okay, thank you. I'll let other people ask questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
I understand attorney's feedback. Sounds like we're just here to put conditions on this, but I'm still confused about why this is like a full application instead of just a temporary application for the Marquette Festival?
If you want me to clarify, so this was part of the new Chapter 125 law that went into effect in 2024. And so as a brewery, we, previous to May 2024, were only allowed to sell beer made in Wisconsin. With this new law, we are now with the full service retail application, which means that we produce at least 250 barrels of beer in our brewery a year. Allows us to then also sell wine or liquor. And so as part of that, this the application includes this idea of an extension of our premise, which was something that was previously allowed for breweries to kind of have like pop-up events with different partners. And so this was kind of to combine that for all of the producers into one application so that we can then sort of have these extended locations during special events. And that's why this is just for the special event. For the full service retail within our tasting room on a normal regular basis, that we get approval just from the state if we meet the minimum requirements of production, which we do. And so we have that. So we are now able to sell like wine in our tasting room as well as beer. But because we aren't able to like extend our premise as we previously were able to, this is the application that then is just for this particular event. Hopefully I didn't make it more confusing.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Attorney Magrano. So are the condition, can we put the conditions then to solidify the information on page 2 of the application? Where it says the times, the dates, and things like that? Is that what you're kind of pointing us to, that to hold them to what they're saying they're going to be doing?
Yes, that would be an example of a restriction that you could place. So, you know, they're specifically asking for, you know, these 3 dates and these hours. And so you could put that into the restriction section so that you're approving what they're asking for and not just giving a general approval. You could also, for example, in the emails between MPD and ACA Zillavi, they suggested only allowing beer, and I don't know about wine, but not allowing intoxicating liquor, because that's sort of the standard for other permits that would be similar to this. So for example, you asked about why wouldn't this just be a temporary permit? And there is already a temporary permit. I think it was just approved tonight actually on the consent agenda for Fête de Marquette, for the you know, nonprofit organization Wilmar. So they'll be selling alcohol in the way that they normally do. This would just be in addition, just for this brewery to also sell their products and any other products that you allow. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. So then the other vendors, are they authorized to sell intoxicating liquor?
At this point, no.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Next in the queue is Alder Glenn, to be followed by Alder Verveer. So Alder Glenn.
I think Sherry's had her hand up for me for a minute.
Okay. Sherry,
She was up.
Ms. Carter.
Yeah, and Attorney Zillavi wants to say something, so I'm going to go with her first, and then I'll ask my question.
Well, can I quick go, Jennifer, then, if you're gonna wait? Okay. So sorry, Attorney Zillavi, sorry. I forget the formalities. So in here, there's also a letter from Parks, and so questions. I'm going to try to get them out, but there's also a question on how this beer picnic license overlaps with another issue with FET. And during the street use permit discussion, it came up that during FET, customers that buy beer from Giant Jones are then allowed to walk freely through FET. They use the same plastic cups that FET uses for their beer, so it's difficult to know if someone at FET bought their beer at Giant Jones or at the festival. This discussion talking more about anyone buying beer from Giant Jones should not be allowed to leave their licensed premises. And that now that they applied for this, maybe some hope in them applying and getting it approved without liquor so that it doesn't overlap. So not having the intoxicated so that we don't have to watch with cups and who has what walking into the festival. So I think that should something that maybe we could talk about, attorney. Where are you? About putting that in as a condition of like, because it sounds like that Parks and the attorney and MPD all are having a hard time during that with the use of cups.
Well, so that's what I was going to speak to, is that first of all, for all these festivals, the temporary liquor license are only fermented malt beverages, so beer and seltzers that are not intoxicating liquor seltzers, and sometimes wine. And there cannot be cross-premises alcohol. So if Giant Jones is going to be selling, their patrons cannot go onto the licensed premise area of the temporary beer application, because then you're mixing two premises, and the law does not allow that unless there's something new in the state law, which I did not see in terms of these licenses. But typically it's always been you can't have two liquor license premises overlap one another. And I guess the primary reason for that is because if there is an issue, they need to be able to hold whoever accountable. And if you're cross premises, how do you figure out who you are going to hold accountable?
And if I could, to clarify, the premises for the temporary Class B for Wilmar is McPike Park and 200 South Ingersoll Street. And for the applicant for Giant Jones Brewery, it's the 200 block of South Brearley Street.
Okay. So not cross premises?
I didn't look at the map, but I would not think that those two would overlap.
Okay, I think it's, we can go to Alder Verveer.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So my questions are for the applicant. So, Ms. Jones, are you still there?
Yes, I am still here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Could you help me understand what is the relationship between your business and the Wilmar Neighborhood Center as it relates to FET? Do you and Gary Callis have a relationship? I don't see you as an official sponsor on the event website.
Yes, so we help sponsor the stage that's on the 200 block of South Brearley Street. So it's a small stage that we feature local music. So we help by booking the bands for that stage and other performers as a way to kind of just expand the neighborhood that FET reaches. And yeah, so we get along, and then we also donate to the prize wheel, gift cards for Giant Jones as one of the prizes for the prize wheel. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so thank you for that. So do you have a formal understanding from Wilmar as to their support of this application?
Yes, they support this. Part of the reason why we were doing this was because we wanted to find a way to make it work so that we could sell beer and also be part of the festival while not encroaching upon the other beer sales going on and other parts of the festival.
So either Gary Callis or his board is supportive of this application as in total?
Yes.
Is your
Yeah, I sent this to Gary before I sent it to you all.
Okay. And the issue that you heard articulated by our street use staff coordinator, which again is another email that you could see on the link to this agenda. So this is all in the public record, by the way. If you by chance are have the agenda in front of you online. But you'll see that Kelly Post talks about this issue of, as you heard read earlier, this issue of that allegedly your patrons are, at least consuming beer that's purchased at your premise and consuming it in McPike Park during FET, and at least last year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you were aware of?
We were under the impression that the license covered all of the beer being consumed. So I think that for this, we were not made aware that that was not allowed. So that was brought to our attention, which is why we thought, oh, we can apply to have this be part of our premises for the event. Because we were under the impression that, all the beer was part of the festival.
So you were led to believe that, again, for the event in July of this year, that you would be able to sell the beer and wine at least, if not the liquor, and that your patrons would be able to consume that in McPike Park?
No, this year that was brought to our attention that might not be the case. So that's why
Before tonight's meeting.
Sorry, what was the?
Did you just
clarify?
learn that during the meeting tonight or in advance?
No. That's why I'm applying to extend our premises so that we are part of the festival.
But just South Brearley Street.
Correct. Yeah, and we can put up signs so that if the premises are overlapping and we can't do that, we can have signs and people, saying no Giant Jones beer consumed beyond this point. Things
Okay.
like that, I think, are reasonable to do the way that the festival grounds are outlined or
Yes.
laid out. You know what I mean?
Yes, okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for confirming that. So,
Sure.
so between you and Wilmar, you all will address this issue of where the legal licensed premises are between their event and your brewery,
Yeah.
if this license is indeed granted
Yeah, and we can
by the
easily.
Department of Revenue.
Yeah, we do sell intoxicating liquor, but that's one drink on our menu. So we can easily omit that from service during the dates of the festival.
Oh, great. That was, you anticipated my next question, which was, do you have a concern with the recommendation of the city attorney's office and the police department that we not recommend to DOR that you be able to sell also intoxicating liquor?
No concerns with that.
Okay, so you're fine with just beer and wine?
Yeah, we've
Just
only
like-
been selling wine for a year, so not even a year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Verbeek.
Erica, this is Jim from the city clerk's office. I did send you an email on the 15th that included the attachments that are being referenced. There should have been 3, one for parks, one for fire, and one for city attorney's office and police. And that's what the letters is that they're referencing. So if you want to look at that and see what they're.
Got it. Thank you. I
Yep.
will look that up. Thank you.
Further questions for the applicant? Okay. So now are there any further questions for staff? Now we can consider motions, and remember that our role here is to decide about conditions. Alder Glenn.
Why not give it a try if I can do these conditions? So I move to add the conditions of the perimeter, being visual person, picturing lines like a beer tent would, no Giant Jones liquor past this point, and not serving intoxicating liquors on the days of events. Adding those conditions with approval.
Thank you. So that was a motion.
Yes, that was a motion.
I guess I'm not entirely sure how to word it, but I think Mr. Verbeek is working on that. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm wondering if the alder is, if necessary, and staff feels that it's necessary, is amicable to add the dates of operation and hours of operation of the event, as stated on the application.
Yes. Is that necessary, Attorney McReynolds? Oh, you also had your hand up to say something.
Yeah, I think it's good practice. Whether or not it's necessary, we don't really exactly know yet since these are so new. But I would put that in there as a restriction since it's what they're asking for anyway. It just kind of gives a little bit of protection in case something goes awry.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What was the recommendation for additional condition?
Restrict it to the condition that's restricted to these hours.
Okay, gotcha.
The July 11th. I don't know if I'm still.
Sorry, was that the right
Yeah.
thing I just showed you?
It's page 2 of the application, part E.
These hours.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think we are getting the conditions drafted now. Does anyone want to second the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Do we need to say anything? So I'm reading Part G. So the first question is, will the municipality limit the scope of alcohol beverages offered for sale? So we move to say yes. Will the municipality impose any requirements or restrictions for the full service retail outlet? I assume that would also be yes. And then our conditions are what Alder Glenn just moved with the dates for 3. And I think that's all we need to provide.
Attorney McReynolds.
I would be more specific. So I would put in under section 3, I would put in the dates and the hours, and then also that no intoxicating liquor be sold, and the location. So it is in here under premises description, number 14 on page 2, part E. But I would just put that in again, sort of as a stopgap, and say that the location be the 200 block of South Brearley Street, so that there's no confusion about people taking the beer from that location and going on to the other areas of the festival. Does that make sense, Ms. Westra?
It does. Yep.
Okay. We might be doing like more than we need, but since it's not hurting anything, like it's what they asked for, I think there's no problem in just making it super, super clear what the city is putting their stamp of approval on.
Okay, so since I'm the one that's probably be filling this out, so for Part G, answer 1 is yes, that the municipality will be limiting the scope of alcohol beverages offered for sale. 2, we'll be saying yes, will the municipality impose any requirements or restrictions on the full-service retail outlet? And then 3, I believe the intention is that we'll list these 3 conditions we're talking about. And what I've drafted here, and you can affirm if this is correct or not, the conditions are 1, please post signage instructing patrons not to carry beverages beyond the premises of the 200 block of South Brearley Street. Number 2, no intoxicating liquor sales. And 3, sales limited to July 11th, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., July 12th, noon to 10 p.m., and July 13th, noon to 8 p.m. Oh, let me get rid of please. Shall post, okay.
And I think also something about establishing something that firmly establishes the boundaries of their premises. So where the posting would be at the boundaries before they leave that premises, but something that clearly establishes what their premises is. I don't know if that's snow fencing or what, but something.
Attorney McReynolds?
Thank you, Chair. And then I have a question for Ms. Jones. You've heard us describe now what we're intending to put on the application that goes to the state. Do you agree to those restrictions or conditions?
Yep, that sounds totally reasonable. I think we can put up like a barricade or something to delineate the premises with signage. We would only sell beer and wine during the hours stated on our application.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I reworded 1 to say, 1, shall properly mark the boundaries of the premises of the 200 block of South Brearley Street and post signage instructing patrons not to carry beverages beyond the premises. Cool.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to add these conditions. Alder Verveer. I gotta just press a button.
Thank you. I just curious, since this is the first one we've done, and by the way, our thanks to the applicant again for bearing with us and everyone that's waiting for other agenda items since we've never had this sort of application before us previously. But my question is in terms of from here, under the statute or internally, have we determined, does this also require common council approval? Does the statute require the governing body itself? Or I just was curious because like when Mr. Verbeek says, I'll be completing the form.
Yeah, that's a great question, Alder Verveer. I do not believe that the statute requires the governing body. It says municipal official.
Okay.
And date the application was filed with clerk. Oh, wait, date full service retail outlet approved by governing body.
Okay.
Yes.
So it is the common council. Thank
So
you.
it will go to the council.
Okay. Just like
but
everything
for some
else.
reason, we need the municipal official as well.
Okay. Thanks very much. Appreciate it, Attorney McReynolds. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I was the intention that I'd have it go before council and wouldn't just unilaterally make the decision. Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded that we add these conditions to the approval. I have Mr. Verbeek read them one more time, and then I'll ask if there are any objections.
Yep, so the restrictions are, 1, shall properly mark the boundaries of the premises of the 200 block of South Brearley Street and post signage instructing patrons not to carry beverages beyond the premises. Number 2, no intoxicating liquor sales. And number 3, sales limited to July 11th, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., July 12th, noon to 10 p.m., and July 13th, noon to 8 p.m.
Okay, are there any objections to approving the motion with those conditions?
Do we have a second on that? I got
Yeah, it was moved by
Alder Glenn.
Alder Glenn and seconded by, I think, Ms. Carter. Are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that's approved with the conditions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, next on our agenda is item number 8, change of agent for Johnny Delmonico's.
We have Gaston Solis registered in support, wishing to speak.
Okay.
Don't know if Gaston is. Gaston is in Zoom.
All right, Gaston, you can.
And I'll say
Hello,
that.
can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Verbeek.
Yep, and the reason this was not on the consent agenda is because this background check was flagged by MPD, and I believe Captain Hartman may have the report on that.
Okay, let's start with Captain Hartman then. Can you explain why this was flagged?
For this one was flagged for 2 convictions for OWI. There's 3 on there total. One was a conviction back in 2010. The more recent ones, the second OWI was in 2019 and the third one in 2021.
Okay. And just to refresh, our standards are not the same as for an operator license for this, is that? Attorney McReynolds, can you review the standards?
Yeah, I think I assumed they were the same standards, the same guidelines. I can double check the statute quickly, but Jim, do we have any other document regarding guidelines?
I don't. I believe it's the same guidelines because any agent operates with the same privileges as an operator.
Okay. Okay, then.
But just restricted to that establishment in which they're listed on the license.
Thank you. And for the record, Oliver Revere agrees with that too.
Great.
So, Mr. Solis, can you explain the circumstances behind the convictions for the committee?
Yeah. Thank you for taking the time. I as Captain outlined there, I did have OWI offenses that I did take serious, and I have gone through the proper channels. I have paid the proper fines. I have tried to rebuild a lot of relationships from that. One being my brother-in-law being a police officer, formerly for Madison PD and now for Appleton PD. So I just want the committee to understand that I understand the seriousness of this, and me being a working professional, this was a request from my company as I got a promotion through work. And I'm just here to talk honest and open about it. And I have gone to rehabilitation. I've done therapy. I am in a good state of mind. And I think that reflects why I'm here and the promotions that I've gotten recently within my company. So yeah, I just wanted to request to say that I understand what you're viewing, and I also accept responsibility for that as well.
Any questions from committee members? Ms. Carter?
Yes, Gaston, can you tell me, I understand what you said and that you take responsibility. We all know that the road to positivity is curved and long and hard to get to the end. However, I just wanted to know, I'm not going back to 2010, which is 11 years ago, but 2019 and 2021.
Yeah, that was those 2 years were pretty rough for me. I was kind of going through a relationship, and both of those times that I did get pulled over, I was leaving the residence of a relationship that I was in that I am no longer in, and I think that was a catalyst of those specific instances with the relationship that I was in. But I have since left that and have tried to, do well and rebuild relationships as best I can.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I move approval.
So there's a motion to approve by Ms. Carter.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Westra. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Well, first, congratulations on your promotion at Food Fight, Mr. Solis. I do have a question before we proceed to a vote, and that is, in your testimony, you had said that you've, successfully completed all aspects of your sentences. I just want to confirm, so that does that include the alcohol assessment and the driver safety plan?
Yep. That is all in there as well. That included the Uber status as well. So all that has been closed, and trying to put all that behind me and move forward in a positive manner.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant? Points of discussion? So now the motion is to approve, and are there any objections to approval? Seeing none, this is approved. Next on the agenda is item number 41, change of premises for the Church Key. Is there a registrant for this?
Yes. Yes, Armando Acosta is registered in support, available to answer questions.
Okay. Mr. Acosta is in the room with us.
Hello.
Can you tell us about your remodel and what you plan to change the premises to?
Yeah, so we have an old building that's been around for a long time, first church on campus from what I understand, and we need to update it. So we're going to be doing some bathroom work in both the men's and females' bathrooms. We're going to be kind of removing the tightness of the entry of the bar by kind of bending the bar around. It's laid out in the email that we sent out to all the individuals we need to talk to.
That's great. And so you did talk to the police, the alder, and the neighborhood?
Yes. The neighborhood is no, because apparently it doesn't exist. And I was told that by the deputy city clerk and by our alderman.
Okay.
So, but we did attempt those steps.
All right, that sounds good. Any questions from members of the committee? Further questions from the committee? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Hi, Armando.
How's it going?
See you. It's been a very long time.
It has been.
Just so I understand, to confirm, this doesn't affect, I'm just looking at all the floor plans you submitted, this doesn't affect the vineyard at all?
No.
Okay,
Church Key remains second and third floor of the building. Vineyard remains the basement of the building.
okay. I was a little confused because, technically it's Church Key Food Market and Vineyard LLC.
Correct.
Yep. Thank you for that. And you did just say that you had, who in the Madison Police Department did you speak with?
I believe Captain Hartman, I can look up the
You did
email.
speak with Captain Hartman, who's obviously here and
I have an email stating support for that.
can speak for himself since he's right there. He just turned his camera on. So,
Yes, we did make contact.
and you have no objection, Captain, correct?
No objections.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Armando.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter?
Yes, Armando, you say their neighborhood doesn't exist, but I walk in that neighborhood and I see a neighborhood. To clarify, are you saying that there's no neighborhood association?
Yes, I 100% agree there's a neighborhood. I live there, I work there. The association part of it, we're not given any further instructions because that was, I believe the word was abolished a few years back.
Yeah, that's the student, the campus area neighborhood association, which has variable involvement. Yeah, so that's something that we're working on. The neighbor to that neighborhood is working on stuff behind the scenes that may solve this problem in the future.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that clarification was on the record, that there is a neighborhood, but no neighborhood association.
Okay, further questions, Ms. Carter? Further questions from anyone else on the committee? Alder Revere.
Sorry, one other question. As I'm looking at these floor plans again, Armando, so is there still going to be much of a kitchen at all?
The kitchen's not being touched at all, yes. The kitchen is, as you see it, if you were to walk in right now, it would remain the same.
But part of a kitchen that you're not using is impacted?
You're referring to second floor upstairs. So before my time, there used to be a kitchen upstairs when I believe it was just the upstairs for Church Key. That has not been in use for longer than I can tell you for.
And the food market was the first floor?
Correct. So we are removing that kitchen and setting it up for a secondary stage down the road.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that you're still plan to serve food there.
Yes, our first floor has a kitchen that was built out in, I think, 02, and that's the primary kitchen that we use. It's the only kitchen that we use.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
All right, further questions from the committee? Is there a motion? Moved to grant by Alder Verveer.
Second.
Second by Ms. Westra. Any objection to the motion to grant? Seeing none, the motion passes. You're approved.
Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Next on the agenda is item 43, change of premises for public parking.
Yeah, we have three registrants. Jack Yip is in support, available to answer questions. Clement McConu Jr. is in support, available to answer questions. And Matt Apter in support, available to answer questions.
All right, you can come up to the lectern here. And so just explain a little about your change of premises and if you made the required contacts.
Yeah, I mean, we're just expanding to the front of our building, patio. It's the summer months, so we're expanding to about 26 seats, just a couple tables and a long bench, kind of like bar top kind of idea. That's it, just right in front of our windows.
Okay. And did you talk to the neighborhood and the police and the alder?
Yes, we have, and they were in support of it, and
Excellent.
Yes.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Could you clarify, is this is this fully on the private property or is it extending into the sidewalk at all?
I believe we have just enough leanness to before it goes to public property. Yeah, so we have, I can't remember the exact inches, but it doesn't go into the public sidewalk or part of it. I guess.
Okay, so it's not something that you would need approval for from the city besides the alcohol approval. Do you need other approvals from the city about expanding into that space?
We already get approval from the city already. Plan
Okay.
commission, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It happened on Monday.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Ms. Westra.
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Westra, seconded by Alder Verveer. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm sorry. So the name of the business is it really public parking and Two Birds Madison? I'm confused.
Yeah, it is public parking bar.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm wearing a shirt right now. Public parking.
Oh, okay.
I get it. Yeah,
Perfect.
it is confusing.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the committee? Any discussion on the motion to approve? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, you're approved. Motion passes.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Okay, see you around.
See ya. Next on the agenda is item 44, change of licensed premises for Garver events.
We have two registrants, Bethany Jurwitz in support and wishing to speak, and a Tiara Rani in support, available to answer questions, both from Garver Events.
If you're here in the room, you can step up to the lectern.
Bethany is in Zoom.
Zoom, okay, Bethany.
Oops. Sorry, Bethany, I accidentally muted you. There you go.
I am here.
Just briefly explain your request and go ahead.
Yep. So our request is twofold, one simpler than the other. The first part of our change of premise is to get our smaller event space added to our interior licensed premise. When we originally applied for our license, we did not have the lease for that space. We have had the lease for a few years now, but as a private event space, it's rare that both our large and small space are both in use. So our 500 person capacity was sufficient. However, with markets becoming more and more popular at Garver, the larger markets, most notably the Dane County Late Winter Farmers Market, has expanded to use the smaller event space in addition to the main space, which means people may be throughout our entire event spaces with a beverage. So we would like to add that interior event space to our licensed premise. That would be a permanent change to our license. The second part of our application is a temporary change to include what is known as Lot 2 or Olbrich North for 4 days in June 19th through the 22nd, for sessions at Garver Feed Mill. Sessions at McPike Park is no longer happening at McPike Park due to the need for logistical support and the desire to have an indoor venue. The festival is moving to Garver this year for 4 days, and with Park's blessing, we are putting up a large tent on Lot 2 or Olbrich North for those of you who don't know the property that I'm speaking of, it is not on the old brick garden side of the building, on the north side of the building where the Garver patio is located. It is the gravel lot that is currently used as overflow parking as it remains undeveloped. And we would like to have one beer caddy located on that property. It will be a fenced area while the natural surroundings do provide a bit of a barrier. We do intend to have very clear fencing around that space. And since one border of the square hits the border of our current liquor license, in speaking with Mr. Verbeek, we decided that the best course of action was to extend the premise of our current license. We do intend to wristband 21 and older people in attendance at this event. We will also have hired security on site, and they will be positioned at both of the entrances to that part of the festival area. There will likely also be a roaming security guard for our other licensed premises, the already licensed premises. This was part of the approach to to be controlling the entire area that we are responsible for under one license. So we did contact the police chief, I believe that's Captain Marshall, as well as the alder. I believe a letter of support from Eric Knapp from Parks is probably included in your materials. And we have met with the Sassy Neighborhood Association, who is in support of the event, as well as offered a lot of helpful collaboration, such as ways to make sure we're keeping the neighborhood clean. And we'll be taking a lot of their suggestions and running with them, since they've been doing festivals of this nature for a while. So I'm happy to answer further questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee? It was a very thorough testimony just then. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Carter also was seeking recognition perhaps before I did, but
okay.
Go ahead. I just have one question, I think, at this time to start, and that is, in your application as it relates to sessions, you mentioned just 2025. Are you seeking a permanent change of your license premise for
No,
sessions
not at this time.
Okay.
Quite honestly, the future development of that lot is so unknown that we want to just make sure we're able to have the festival this year. I realize that may mean that you all are seeing me again next year, but we just don't. It's possible that there'll be fresh grass on this property next year, and we won't be able to have it. It's also possible there'd be more development than that, and a lot more discussion about what licensing of that property looks like. So I think there are just too many unknowns to really, for me to feel confident in licensing that space and really having the larger conversation that will likely entail. I think it's a lot, I hope it's a lot simpler for you all to approve 4 days of the change of premise than to have that larger conversation.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So it literally is June 19th through the 22nd that you would have that increased outdoor capacity?
Correct.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Ms. Carter?
I move to approve if there's no other question.
Okay, Alder Glenn?
I'm seconding it.
Okay, motion to approve by Ms. Carter, seconded by Alder Glenn. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Okay, seeing none, then are there any objections to approval of the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes. This is approved. Next on the agenda is item 46, third request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit. Do we have a registrant for this item?
Yeah, Susan McKinney is here and in Zoom. Or is registered in Zoom.
Okay, Ms. McKinney.
Hello.
Hi. So what's going on with Cielo?
At 118th Street. Well, we signed a contract with Monona Plumbing in October, and they did their plans and got approval and all that, and they're still installing. It's a building-wide sprinkler system. So that's still going on. That they have about 25% of the installation done only. That's going to take some time. The other bigger factor is we were with I just broke up with my contractor. He had a lot of work in other areas. He had apartment buildings he was working on, and we were always last priority. And so we didn't really progress in our renovation. So we've moved on to Bachman Contractors. I'm with Mark McCauley, and he is so on it. I get all these emails from him every day. He's got this guy, he's got that guy, he's got meetings set up. So I feel very, very reassured that we're going to move along at a quick pace now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Hi, Sue. I just wanted to ask you, what is your new optimistic anticipated opening date then?
Optimistic. Mark mentioned 2 months. That's optimistic from now.
Okay, 60 days.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes further just from this experience I've been having.
And you'll be before us again next month with another application that you've already filed with the
Yes.
city clerk, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's for an increased capacity.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Any other questions? Is a motion to grant by Alder Verveer?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Westra to grant. Any objection? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much.
All right, next on our agenda, item 48, 21 plus entertainment license for Antlers.
Yep, we have another Susan. Susan Simpson is registered and in Zoom.
Okay, Ms. Simpson.
Hello.
You go ahead and explain to the committee about your plans, but start with whether you made contact with the Alder Police and Neighborhood.
Yes, I talked with Isidore Knox. Jr. and I talked to Captain Harrison Zander, and they both agreed that it would be fine. And the neighborhood association, I left a message and they said they would forward that. And if they had any questions, they would call me, and they did not call me back. So, so I'm just wanting, small bands and karaoke. Nothing major, nothing real late, ending around 10 o'clock at the latest. Just something for the locals and, just a little entertainment.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Ms. Carter?
Miss Simpson, the Antler's been around as long as my parents practically.
I know it's been around since 1943, and I married Homer Simpson, and that was my husband, and he passed away, and I've been there for 42 years.
Was that Junior, though?
No, yeah, well, Homer Simpson Sr.,
yeah,
he'd be like, or Homer Simpson the first, he'd be like 100 and some years old.
Exactly.
My husband passed away. He was 69 when he passed away. And then we leased it a few years to my stepson, which was Homer's son. And we leased it out to him for a while. We used to have an entertainment license when we ran it together for 42 years. But when we leased it out, all those we let go. So I'm just wanting to get another one.
Right, you're well established in that area, and like I said before, my parents came here in 1950, and your establishment was open in 1943. So that just tells you how long you guys been there.
Yep, and I've been running it with him since '82, and then when he passed away, we were leasing it out. But I decided to, in his honor, run it again. Because the leasing didn't really work. The leasing didn't work out very well.
I remember that. So you're looking at small bands and karaoke. Are you looking also at a DJ?
Not really. I really haven't thought of that, but possibly if somebody would want to do that. But I just want pretty much oldies, and I'm 61. I don't want a lot of crazy stuff down there. Just oldies, inspirational music, karaoke. I want to end it around 10. We close at 1 o'clock. We don't stay open till bar time anymore.
Okay.
I don't want that kind of crowd,
I hear you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You have on here 90% alcohol and 10% food.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I know you were serving food at one time. You were serving that steak and potatoes or something like that.
That's when Homer was there. He was the cook, and he was such a good cook. And I would help him with lunches sometimes. We do like meatloaf on Wednesdays, and and then I'd make desserts, and we do the tacos on Thursdays. But getting back into it, I just didn't want to do a full-blown kitchen again. And so we're just doing the pizzas, and we're doing snacks, and where you don't need the big food license.
Right, like bar food.
Yeah, and snacks and stuff like that. Yeah.
Very well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So for the hours of operations for the entertainment, is this like every day of the week, specific days of the week?
No, just when we can get someone in, maybe to play. I'm thinking afternoons and only till 10 o'clock at night if we would do anything. It would be 3 or 4 hours maybe. You know, more like a coffee shop type thing where people come in and play guitar and sing and maybe have open mic night. I was thinking about that. You know what they do in coffee shops now?
So you
More
thinking
of
up
that
to,
kind of a thing.
okay, so then up to 10 o'clock, any time of the week. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
thinking. You know, sometimes it's a holiday, you know, so we might have something or, you know, I don't have anything specific and it's not going to be all the time. It's just when we want to do it, we'll be able to do it.
Okay. And then in regards to the security part of the entertainment license, will you have extra personnel for security?
Well, I was looking into that because I was talking to Captain Harrison Zander, and he was mentioning that if it would need be. You know, it's only 99 people, and I'm not planning it to be real busy. I mean, crazy, but if it would be, if I would think I would need security, I've checked into Mid-Wisconsin Security, J&K Security, and SPS Security. And he said that would be only if I thought it was necessary. I mean, I don't think I'm going to have that kind of a crowd, you know?
Okay. And then since it's the tavern, I mean, is today your patrons, are they like, do you serve, do you have a lot of families coming in there to
We
eat
don't
bar
have any
food or
kids
just
usually.
okay, good.
No, we don't usually have kids coming in. But you know, if any kids would come in, they would be with their parents. And yeah, we just have pizza and we have like bar snacks, you know, like chips and beef
So it's
jerky.
not
and
a
nuts
regular,
and-
it's a tavern, it's not a restaurant where it's more welcoming for families, it's more adult drinking and things like that. Sounds like.
Exactly. It's more
Okay, thank
adult
you.
associated. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Westra.
So, in looking at the application, up at the top, neither box is checked for entertainment license 21 plus or visual and performing arts license 18 plus. Now, you did fill out the whole form, including the 18 plus. There is a slight difference. I don't know what, but on here, we have this listed as a 21 plus entertainment license. So I guess I'm just wanting to get some clarification on what we are approving tonight, and need to do that. I also don't know. I didn't see that. Is there any need for you to contact zoning at all, or are there any approvals that will be needed through zoning? So that is my question.
No, I talked with someone from zoning. What was his name? I can't remember. I didn't write it down. But I have an email from him. Oh gosh, I think it was Parks. Tim Parks. I think I went to school with him. Does that sound familiar, Tim Parks in zoning?
He's in
He's in
planning.
planning.
Yeah. So, and I think he just told me I didn't need to do anything with zoning. I'm not sure. What do you need to do with zoning for entertainment? I can look up and see if I have the email. Because he sent me an email.
Susan, just to clarify, you don't intend to have people under the age of 21 at your entertainment events, right?
No, no. If they would come in, it would be with their parents.
So we can add, we can make sure the application reflects that it's a,
Entertainment license for 21.
plus entertainment license on the application. Do you have any further questions, Ms. Westra?
I don't know.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
I just wanted to clarify. I mean, you may not have to go to zoning, but you still have to go to plan commission at this moment to get this final approval.
Here, Tim Parks, I got the application. Let me see. What we have received from you is attached is complete. Oh. I gotta find the right one. I have several from him.
I don't know. I don't think that. Go ahead.
He didn't seem to think that I needed anything from zoning.
Either way, I think we can proceed with our business here today before that question is answered definitively.
Okay, yeah, I'm still looking.
Ms. Carter.
But go ahead.
I move approval.
Motion to approve by Ms. Carter.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Verveer. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, this motion passes. This is approved. Next on the agenda, item 49, Vitens Golf Land. Are there registrants?
There are registrants. So we have a George White's is registered in support, available to answer questions. Lynn Hacker in support, available to answer questions. Lauren Vanderkamp in opposition, available to answer questions. And Timothy Vanderkamp in opposition, not wishing to speak. So I think George is we have here first.
All right, go ahead and did you make the contacts with the police, neighbors, and
I can go first.
the alder?
I spoke with Barbara McKinney. She's very supportive of it. I've spoken with a number of our patrons and customers. My name is Lynn Haker. I am the food and beverage director at Vitens Golf Land and now of Babe's Grill and Bar. I'm the former owner of Babe's Grill and Bar for almost 32 years, virtually across the street from Vitens. Known Mike for a couple of days. And so what we did by adding the neighborhood, by adding the grill and bar to the facility, we created a patio, and that's kind of what we wanted to do the live entertainment on. It's more of a single or a duo out there just as an entertainment. Hours would run from 6:30 or so to 9:30. 9:30 would be the latest that we'd have it. It would be a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday evening. I did not speak with any of the current police people. I've known a lot of the officers in the past, and we had entertainment across the street for 20-some years and did not have any issues.
Great. Is there any questions for the applicant? There's not a lot of houses in this area. Do you think anyone would be able to hear what kind of music?
It'll be covers.
Okay.
You know, and maybe some originals from people, but it's going to be, again, it's more of a, I don't want to say background because it'll be more than that, but it's certainly not dancing or anything else. It's just mainly while people are dining and sitting out having cocktails on the patio to have some entertainment.
Okay. Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm sorry, I'm getting behind here. So what are the hours of operations? I'm trying to open the application.
From 6:30 to 9:30, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday.
Okay.
And I'm not saying it would be all three of those. It may be multiples, but I doubt that it would be. More than likely one of the three per week, and it may be just a couple times a month.
And since this is outside, did you already go to Plan Commission for this one?
I'm sorry?
This is, so you said this is outside music?
It's a covered patio. It does have sides and an end on it, so it can be opened up or it can be closed. But no, we didn't see the need for that. And when we filled out our application, again, I had the patio across the street, and it was open air. So it's kind of doing what we did, only on a much smaller scale.
Yeah, I would suggest to talk to someone in planning to make sure that you don't have to go through the approval process.
Sure.
Okay, that's all I have at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Westra.
Just a clarification. I see we're noticed as a 21 plus entertainment license, since I brought it up in the last one. If we could modify this application, it does not have that box checked as the type of.
Yeah, it was a little bit
license.
confusing when we checked that box, because it will be, I mean, there will be people with their parents, there will be people that are dining and in the same area, but everyone is carded that would be consuming alcohol. So yeah, that could easily be amended and have the 18 age on there also.
Okay, we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from members of the committee? Ms. Carter.
I move approval.
Move approval by Ms. Carter, seconded by Alder Verveer. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm confused now with this 18 versus 21. Isn't 18 specifically to performing arts?
Well, the 18 license, the 18 plus entertainment license is it's for places that wouldn't otherwise allow people between the ages of 18 and 21 to be in there. So for taverns. This is a restaurant, so people people of any age are allowed in there. So it doesn't matter that much whether it's 18 plus or 21. Now, if Vitens was a tavern and that 18 plus weren't allowed in there, otherwise the 18 plus entertainment license would be a way for them to allow people 18, 19, and 20 to go to see concerts. Does that?
Well, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. I got a little bit behind with the last one, but I really again wanted to just be consistent about putting holding people accountable to the hours of operation or the days that they're going to have the performance. And in this case, the discussion about if this is outside or not outside is a little bit iffy. So I definitely will suggest that we add we add conditions to it about the hours of operations for the music. If you,
yeah, I mean,
if
the hours
you guys
those are the hours that we would hold, and I have no problem with stating on the license that would be the hours that we'd run it to. We're not open late either. Our weekdays are 10:30. We just went to summer hours, which are 10:30, and on the weekends it's 11:30. And it's primarily a golf course, driving ranges, and it's always has been and always will be very family oriented, and that's the key priority of the White's family, is to make sure that there's just some more activities to do.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So again, if we can make the amendment to the motion, I would like to add the hours of operations for, yeah.
Well, I think you keep that in mind, Alder Figueroa Cole. Before we start getting too deep into working on the motion, let's make sure we hear. I think we have other registrants for this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that the motion was already made and second.
It was, and I probably should have slowed it down, but.
Okay. I mean,
yeah.
It's getting real fast and I'm getting lost. The last one also went a little too fast. So Thank you for that. That's fine.
Okay. So are there any more questions for these applicants? For the applicant? Seeing none, you're done for now.
Thank you.
We have other registrants, Mr. Verbeek?
Yeah, that was Lynn and George. Timothy Vanderkamp was in opposition, not wishing to speak, but Lauren Vanderkamp was in opposition, available to answer questions.
Available to answer questions.
I don't see, I don't know if Lauren is here, but I don't see a Lauren. I do see a phone number in as an attendees, but I don't know if that's that person. It could be anyone. But that person put their hand up if it's them, but
They're okay.
otherwise I don't see either of those people in Zoom.
Is Lauren Vanderkamp in Zoom with us? I don't think so.
I'm not thinking.
Okay, so then there are no more registrants.
Correct.
And so now it's time to discuss. You can have a seat if you like. It's time to discuss the motion. And is there any points of discussion on the motion to approve? Alder Figueroa Cole. Right now would be a time to suggest an
Yeah, mine was
amendment.
from before, but
Okay.
the amendment will be to add the condition of hours of operation to be done by, I think he said 9, but whatever, by 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any objection to substituting the original motion with the motion to approve with the condition that the live entertainment conclude by 10 o'clock?
That's fine.
Okay. So now the motion is to approve with the condition that live entertainment shall cease by 10 p.m. Does that wording work for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, the motion is approved with conditions. Okay, next on our agenda is item 50, license renewals for entertainment licenses. Are there any Alder Verveer? I think you were recused from this one. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, as a reminder, I did recuse on the Madison Elks Lodge renewal, but with that said, typically we wait and handle this along with the alcohol license renewals and hear from the city attorney's office as to separations. So I would simply move to place agenda item number 50 on the table.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, moved to table item 50 and seconded. Is there any objection to the motion? Then we would take this up at the same time as the alcohol licenses. Seeing no objection, this is tabled. Next on the agenda, item 51, public hearing license transfer. Kokova Chocolatier.
We have two registrants. The applicant, Soyavada Adari, is in support and available to answer questions and is in Zoom. And then the other registrant is Cynthia Kennedy, in opposition, wishing to speak. And so let me... Vada, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, you can discuss. Did you discuss this application with the police, the alder, and the neighbors?
I did. I held the public meeting in my facility, my new facility. I spoke to Captain Blackamore from Midtown Police and spoke with our alder.
Sounds good. Tell us about your application, your request.
Well, for those who don't know me, I'm a retired criminal defense attorney. I was a state public defender and a federal defender, and also a single mom. I've got 2 wonderful kids. My son, who's about to graduate from West High School, he's grown up in the chocolate business with me, and you'll probably see him in the front of the house more than you'll see me because I'm in the back making the chocolate. I kind of retired from my criminal defense practice and launched this business in 2016, originally as a way to solicit referrals from attorneys. And then they started buying the chocolate, and, I went to France and trained, and this is now our 9th year in business. We've won over 40 international awards. Last year I was nominated for a James Baird Award. And as some of you all may know, I had a license at 1815 East Washington at my first brick and mortar since 2019, I believe. So I recently purchased the building at 10 Odana Court, left East Washington, and over the past 8 months, I've been rehabilitating that, basically demoed the whole thing and rebuilt it. Acting as my own general contractor, and turned it into, chocolate production and retail down below. So it's very beautiful. Alcohol is not really a primary part of the business, but it does play an important supporting role. It allows us to have tastings, and, I infuse spirits and truffles. We offer wine and chocolate pairings. It is part of the business model, part of the experiential part of it. But, we ship, we mostly retail. Most of our sales are people coming in locally and buying the chocolate. But with the new building, it allows us to expand that into shipping and other avenues, wholesale. Our money is really made with chocolate, not alcohol. So I don't really push alcohol sales because it arguably can compete with chocolate sales, especially now when people are on budgets. We want them to spend their money on the chocolate, not alcohol. But we do have this beautiful place. It's open to the public. I built out a patio outside, and want to be able to activate it and have tastings and things like that. So that's about it.
Thank you. Are there questions from members of the committee? Any questions? Ms. Carter.
Thank you for coming. Basically, you just asking to transfer. It's the same business, maybe a little bit larger building, but you just want to transfer your license, and that's it, correct?
That's correct. Same functions.
And are the hours the same from East Washington, or no?
No, they'll be expanded. In East Washington, we were pretty limited because of parking. And one of the nice things about this building is we have our own parking lot.
That is nice.
Yeah. And it's just bigger space. We've got a bigger seating capacity. And on East Wash, our legal capacity was only 15 people. And that's driven by it was only 1 bathroom. So now we can accommodate more people.
Okay, thank you. And you're looking for beer, liquor, and wine, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Verbeek?
Oh, sorry, no questions.
Any other questions? Any other comments, Mr. Verbeek?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that this is an existing license that has already been granted and issued. It's just an application to move it from one location to another. It currently exists as a Class B combination license, and there were no conditions on the license at the East Washington address. And there was no previous application or license at the address, the destination address for this license.
Ms. Carter, is your hand up again?
Yes, I move approval if there's no other questions.
That's right. Let's move to that stage after we hear from the next registrant.
I don't know if that registrant is actually in attendance. It was a Cynthia Kennedy. unless it's somebody who's called in on a phone number. Still don't know who that person is, but.
There's a Cynthia in
Yeah,
our-
she's with a different license.
Okay. Cynthia Kennedy, can you hear us?
Yeah,
I don't think they're here. Okay, so next stage, we have a motion to approve by Ms. Carter.
Second.
Second by Ms. Westra. Are there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, any objection to approval of the license transfer? Seeing none, motion passes. This is approved. Next on the agenda is item 53. Public hearing, new license, Cafe Coda.
Hannah John Taylor is registered in support, available if there are questions, and present in the chamber.
Hello. Did you make the required contacts with the alder, the police, and the neighbors?
Yes, I believe I have, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Now tell us about your business and your request.
Well, we are requesting a license to serve Warner Park Recreation Center. We were asked to apply and by the administration there, and so this is why we're here to do that. And I think we've been pretty successful with our bricks and mortar business, and now we'd just like to expand to serve the community through the recreation center.
Thank you. Do committee members have questions?
So just
Ms. Westra.
So just for clarification, you guys are taking over as the liquor agent for the Warner Park Rec Center.
Yes, I think prior to us, it was held by Gibbs.
Yep.
I don't even know exactly what happened between Gibbs and the administration there, but I was asked by the administration to take the contract. Zach Watson is my contact person there.
All right. Ms. Carter.
Oh, you would be providing that whenever there is a reservations for their, for lack of a better word, banquet area?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have about 10 dates scheduled. They have about 10 dates scheduled so far that will extend into September. I just got the notice that those requests had been made. And so, yes, we're hoping that we can serve alcohol at the banquets when they occur.
Okay, and you have the hours from 5 to 10? Is that, go ahead.
Yes, I believe that those are the hours, because those are the hours that are contracted by the building
Okay.
with the parties involved.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Further questions from committee members? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Welcome back, Hannah.
Thank you, sir.
Just very quickly, I think there was a very slight error on the application in response to the question about what the type of business is. It's question 21 for those following along. The box checked is that this would be a nightclub. Perhaps
No,
Cafe
that-
Coda is a nightclub, certainly on
Yeah,
Willie Street, but
that might have been a
I think
mistake
we
on
should,
my part.
I think you probably should have checked the box other.
Yes.
Yeah, so if we could have the deputy city clerk just amend the
It's just
application on the record here and say other community recreation center rentals or whatever. Thank you, that was all. Congrats on getting the Parks Division contract. City Council already approved that part a while ago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members? Are there any, Ms. Farley?
I'm gonna move to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. Farley,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Westra. We didn't have any other registrants, right? Okay. Any discussion? Is there an objection to approval? Seeing none, the motion passes. You're approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for staying. Next on the agenda is item 54, stadium takeout.
Yep. Don Woods is registered in support, available to answer questions, and here in the chambers.
Don, did you did you contact the neighbors, the police, and the alder?
Yes.
And what are you planning to do? You already have a license, had a license at this location, is that right?
Yeah, I'm just looking to add a few other options.
I see.
Get requests, for other things, other options, just for drinks and stuff like that. And I wanted to make Italian ice with, vodka in it. Thought it'd be a nice little treat.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there any questions from committee members? Ms. Farley?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Verbeck. When did we approve the current beer license? Because I feel like that was pretty recently.
Yeah, I can look at that.
Do you remember?
Almost a year.
A year ago?
Oh, almost. It just under.
Okay, I thought it was longer.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee?
Yeah, it looks like it was approved in the May meeting last year. So about a year ago.
Any other questions from committee members? Are there any other registrants for this item?
There are not any other registrants.
There are no other registrants. Ms. Carter?
Yeah, so you had a beer license last year and now you're adding the liquor and the wine to it this year?
I have the beer and wine currently, and I was looking to add the liquor as well.
Okay, and you're going to keep your same hours of operation?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
To clarify, there are no conditions on the current license for the beer and wine.
Move to grant by Alder Verveer. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, we did it again.
I tried to get ahead of you. I was just too busy thinking about the lemon ice with vodka.
It's that time of the night. I guess I think I heard Ms. Westra's first, so seconded by Ms. Westra. Are there any discussion on this item? Is there any objection? Seeing none, motion passes. Well, hold on. Ms. Farley.
Sorry, I was a little late. Just knowing the area it's in, are there other locations in that area that have restrictions?
Let me see.
No, it's not in the overlay district, but it is pretty close to the university.
Cantina is right there, and they have no conditions. They're at 1503 Monroe, and this one's at 1517 Monroe.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is approval. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, you're approved. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. What's that? Oh, okay. Thank you. Have a good one.
Next on our agenda is item 55, Stern Sap Restaurant. Hello.
Yep, we do have one registrant.
One registrant.
I'll ask you to say your own name so I don't offend. I'll ask you to say your own name.
Oh,
so.
you don't want to give it a try? Come on. We've only been around Madison for 44 plus years. We're used to it. My name is Unpersong Intachith. Again, representing Sa Mai Nong and doing business as Stern Sap Restaurant on Woolly Street.
Did you discuss the application with the police, the neighbors, and the alder?
Yes, they have all been fantastic, and they have actually reached out, so I'm very grateful for that.
Excellent. Now tell us a little bit about your business.
Well, Stern Sap is a Laotian cuisine. I'm actually taking over the old Lao Lan Sang restaurant that was operated by my recently retired mother, two years now. So I just wanted to continue that sort of say legacy and add on to our own little legacy, and by introducing this restaurant, Stern Sap, and having it recently just returned back from my home country of Laos after spending about 20 years there doing development work in rural village communities. We thought that, my wife and I thought that, it's another sort of addition to introduce Madison to more flavors of Laos, and we thought it'd be great to take over the old location and continue, so to say, the Intachith legacy, and with a little touch of our own as well, too.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Are there questions from committee members? And you said, when did you return from Laos?
It will be 1 year, July 4th, with my family.
Oh.
They are all new immigrants, so to say, but citizens by right, and they're adjusting, adapting, and Dad's having a grand old time adapting with them.
Excellent.
It's changed quite a bit, Madison has, but I think the flavors are still there, and I remember Alderman Rivera way back in the days, and he still looks younger to me.
Ms. Farley.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having some issues with Legistar. There is a license there currently, correct?
No, the current tenant, Woolly Street Eats, as far as I know, they did not. And my sister, before that at Lao Lan, she had relinquished that and said that I had to apply for my own.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for the applicant based on the application. Were you able to complete the liquor license, or I'm sorry, the responsible beverage server training course?
The training course is, I'm still in process of applying for that. I'm currently doing the ServSafe certification and needs to be tested on that. Just picking a date that's suitable, besides taking care of 3 kids and running all these paperwork on my own.
Okay. And then for question number 18, it asks for the registered agent for your corporation or LLC. It doesn't have to be the same person as the liquor license agent, but it could be. Who do you plan to have to be your registered agent?
That would probably be myself again. Trying to operate on my own at the moment until I get a manager in there, then incorporate them into the operations.
Okay. Jim, could you add that in, please?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you.
You.
Are there any other questions from committee members? I see no further. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I just for you guys, what was question 34? Does that need to be answered or not? About special occupation tax return?
Question 34.
Yeah, I mean, it should be answered. It's not something necessarily that this committee has to deal with. But the answer should be yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Further questions from committee members? I'm seeing no further questions. Are there any comments or a motion?
I move to approve.
Moved by Alder Glenn, seconded by Amy Westra. Is there any discussion? Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. You're approved.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Get
Thanks for
rest.
staying. Next on our agenda, item 56, Stella's Bakery.
We have a dual registration for Patrick and Jennifer Petrello, and they are in Zoom. Whoops.
Okay, Patrick and Jennifer Petrello.
Yes.
Okay. Could you please tell us about, tell us whether you were able to make the contacts with the police, the neighbors, and the alder?
We were.
Great. Now tell us a bit about your business and your request for a Class B combo license.
Actually, this is a Class B beer, Class C wine license. It was mislabeled on the agenda, but their application is B beer, C wine. That's how it was noticed in the paper.
Okay. Class B beer, Class C wine. Tell us about your business.
Yes, so our business, Stella's Bakery, has been in business since 1988. We're a staple at the Dane County Farmers Market. We purchased the one-story office building at 1219 Regent Street a couple years ago. Building had been vacant and blighted for at least 10 to 12 years, as far as I can remember. We've been renovating it, and our renovations are coming to completion. Our intention is to move our retail store there, and our business plan includes the beer and wine, primarily to serve a small outdoor beer garden, which it will be fenced in and has a pergola with a retractable roof. We just want to make a nice space for the community to meet, have a drink, have a sandwich. We met with the neighborhood associate, or we held the neighborhood association meeting, and everyone seemed excited about us opening, and we hope that you will support us as well. And if you have any questions, both my wife and I'm sorry the camera's not on. I'm trying to figure out how to get that on. But if you have any questions, we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And also, you don't have to have your camera on.
We actually restrict it.
Yeah, that's so you can't have your camera on.
Oh, okay.
So just, yeah. Are there any questions from committee members? Any questions from committee members? Comments? Motions?
Move approval.
Move approval by Ms. Westra, seconded by Is that a second, Ms. Farley?
Yes, second.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Farley. Attorney McReynolds.
Real quick question for the applicant on number 26. It's left blank, but do you plan to have any live entertainment?
Not at this time. No, if that is something in the future, we would apply to amend. But
Okay,
sorry
great.
for leaving that blank.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
we did notice on the hours of operation, we entered Tuesday wrong. Does that matter? We meant to put 9 p.m.
Okay, that we'll make that change. Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited for your business opening. I do just wanted to alert you to the fact, if you haven't already, you should work with the city zoning office related to the outdoor food and drink. Have you made contact with city zoning yet?
Yes, that was part of our permit process for the renovations and addition we did to the building.
Very good. So you already have in hand the conditional use permit for outdoor food and drink?
I do not know if that was, yes, we have the conditional for outdoor seating of 40 people. So total occupancy of 60. I'm not aware if there was something more than that.
No, if you have a letter of approval from the city planning department that says outdoor seating for 40, you're good to go. That's what I was referring to.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we meant to do all this at the same time, but we did the building first, and we do have approval for that. Yes.
Very good. No, that sounds great. I just don't want you to be tripped up when you're ready to open and realize you
appreciate
need
it.
separate approval for the outside from zoning.
Okay.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do committee members have any additional questions? The motion to approve was by Alder Glenn, seconded by Alder Verveer.
I think it was
Ms. Farley.
It was Westra made the motion and Farley second.
Okay. Motion by Westra, second by Farley. Is there any discussion about the motion? The motion's to approve. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, motion passes. It's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, item 58, Mishqui Peruvian Bistro. Cynthia Garcia is with us in Zoom. She registered.
Yep, she's the lone registrant for this item, in support and available to answer questions. This is another one like Stadium Takeout where there's a license at that location already for B beer, C wine also, I think, and looking for the Class B combo.
All right. Okay, Cynthia, did you make the contacts with the police, the neighbors, and the alder?
Yes, I did. Hello, and I exchanged voicemail with other Bibir, Captain Hartman, and the neighborhood association.
Okay. And you already have a license here, but just tell us a little bit about your plans for the Class B combo liquor and beer license.
Yes, actually, I was here like 2 months ago because I applied for the same license, but because you didn't have any available at that moment, so I switched to the beer and wine license. And right now I'm applying again because probably by the time I get accepted, and hopefully I will get the one that is available in a couple of months.
All right. Thank you. Questions from committee members? Questions from committee members? If there are no questions, then a motion and discussion would be in order.
I just have one question. So since this location was previously licensed, this is probably for Jim or Attorney McReynolds. Has Little Palace surrendered their license, or do we have any problems with that? With approving this?
Jim, I'm not aware.
Yeah, Mishwe is already open and has a license there for the B Beer C wine.
Okay.
Yep. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Sure. So since there was a prior licensing here, can you please check if there were any conditions at this location?
Yeah, so the license that's there right now, the Class C beer, Class C wine, has no conditions on it.
Thank you.
All right, so there was a motion by Alder Revere to grant. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Westra. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Seeing no objections, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is item 59, Tall Grass.
We have Paul Baker Prindle is registered in support, available to answer questions, and here in person.
Yes, good to see you.
Thanks for sticking
Absolutely.
around.
Thank you.
Oh, and there's two. There is a public hearing new license and an entertainment license. And you can talk about both of those at the same time.
Okay.
Did you make the required contacts?
Yes. We reached out to the 3 required contacts. I received a voicemail from the police captain saying he had no concerns and didn't need to follow up. We spoke with our alder a number of times on our plans and met with the neighborhood association president, chairperson, I'm not sure. Yeah, Linda. What? I don't know what they, chair or president.
And can you tell us a little bit about your business and about the
Sure.
the
Tall
entertainment?
Grass is a separate business owned by Madison Museum of Contemporary Art, which has operated in Madison since 1901. We're heading into our 125th anniversary. We have been serving patrons food and beverages, I think probably all 124 years. Most previously, it's been in partnership with a different operator that holds a license for us, so this is a transfer. The business that we're proposing is just really sort of a shift that brings our service in-house and is an integrated business that integrates the sort of catering support for our own hosted events through a restaurant that will be sited on State Street in the former museum store on the street level.
Okay. Thank you. Do committee members have any questions?
I have one. So this is going to, so there will be, so the restaurant will be on the 3rd floor currently?
There's no restaurant on the 3rd floor. It doesn't exist anymore. It closed several years ago. And so you might remember there was a store, like a retail store on State Street. The restaurant will move into that space.
Okay, I guess I didn't notice that the retail store didn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that was a sad ending.
And will you be taking, will Tallgrass be taking over all the catering and the alcohol at Overture eventually?
No.
Or is this just
Madison,
limited to this spot right now?
Yeah, and Mocha is a separate business. That building is a condo actually, we're Unit 1 and Overture is Unit 2. We're entirely different nonprofits. We actually, our only business relationship is members of a condo association. So sorry, that's a prevarication. We're not doing their catering. Sorry.
Okay, and that makes sense because I was thinking when the restaurant was upstairs before and Fresco or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
And, okay. Nope, I understand what's going on now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So are the hours of operation for the entertainment license the same as the hours of operation for the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in regards to the for the entertainment license, will you have additional security personnel or staff assigned to act as security personnel during entertainment events?
At entertainment events, it's long been our practice that we hire contracted security personnel. And we've always done that and we'll continue to do so. Anytime we serve alcohol, we always have additional support. And then on the application, I don't claim our gallery attendants as security personnel, but they are certainly part of our visitor management infrastructure, and they definitely play a role in that work.
I also see that you have a plan on how to identify underage drinkers, so thank you.
Welcome.
That's all I got at this time.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none. Alder Revere moves to grant items 59 and 60. Is there a second? I'll second. Oh, okay. Who was that?
Westra.
Alder Glenn.
Alder Glenn, okay. Attorney McReynolds, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I had a question for the applicant about what they meant by host. So the entrance line will be managed and monitored by the host, and the host will maintain the premises. Does that mean Momoka?
Yeah, it's us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Attorney McReynolds, so again on this on the line of putting conditions to solidify what is on the application, do you have any other additional recommendations here? I mean, security cameras are here. Do we add all that to conditions to make them count?
No, I mean, I think it's a policy decision for the ALRC. I have seen conditions that security cameras be required, but that seems to be more when it is something that people are concerned about.
Right, not so much about that one, but like again, going back to the consistency about underage drinking. They do have a plan. It's not the specific plan, but they have a plan on how to manage that. Do we make that specification or just let this one go?
I don't think it's necessary in every case. I think it's case by
All right.
case.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Further questions for staff? Any last minute comments before we move forward? Seeing none, is there any objection to approval of item 59 and 60, the license and the entertainment license? Seeing no objection, both pass and both are approved.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Thank
staying.
you. Thank you. Have a good night. It's fun to watch the wheels of.
Maybe not as many hours.
Yeah. I got a lot of emails done. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Item 68 is third request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit. Registrant is here with us.
Yep, Sonia Tan is registered in support and wishing to speak.
Hi, Sonia. Can you explain your request here? Sonia is muted.
Hello.
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I would like to request an extension for the issuance of our license. To provide you with an update, we have actually just completed construction of our premises, and we received a certificate of occupancy today. However, construction was previously delayed and resulted in increased startup costs. So we are actively working to restructure our finances to meet the $10,000 reserve fee for the license. This extension would provide us the necessary time to finalize our funding arrangements without disrupting our planned operations. Regardless, we do plan to get the license issued by July 2025.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the registrant? Any questions? I'm seeing none. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by, I heard Alder Verveer first, and we can add. Second, Alder Figueroa Cole. Any objection? Seeing none, the request is granted. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your evening.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other registrants or any other items with registrants?
We do not.
We do not. So next on our agenda is the license renewals for both the liquor licenses, the beer licenses, and the entertainment licenses. And while we do have this one here, that's a renewal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can we hear from the assistant city attorneys what needs to be separated?
Thank you. I would like the following separated, and if they have an entertainment license, that separated as well. Chiba Hut, 7 Iron Social, Hayes Place, and Red Rooster.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think this is the first time that in my time on the committee, that we've had these separations. Does that sound right?
I think we did have separations last year, but we included it with we did not have a separate meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we need a motion, I believe, to approve the renewals except for the ones that the assistant city attorney just listed? Alder Verveer.
I move to grant the various renewals in agenda items 50 and 61 with the separations as outlined by Assistant City Attorney Zillavi of Chiba Hut, 7 Iron Social, Hayes Place, and Red Rooster. And there's a second. I do have a question for Attorney Zillavi, though.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Ms. Westra. Did you have something else to say, Ms. Westra?
Can I ask Attorney Zillavi a quick question?
Yes, go ahead.
Just Attorney Zillavi, have the issues with Momo's Bar and Grill been resolved? I thought they might be separated at the request of the police department.
That was actually, excuse me, at my request.
Oh, your request.
And I actually just got the police reports today and reviewed them. And after reviewing them, and we had met with them last fall as well. And I've had communications with the owner in February, and I'm satisfied that they are. Plus, they've had some tavern inspections that have not revealed any issues. So I don't think they need to be separated.
Very good, thank you. And if I could ask one other additional question, I don't know if this is of you, Attorney Zillavi, or of Deputy City Clerk Verbic, but have these establishments that we're separating been notified yet, or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. So they would be notified by the city clerk's office in the coming days
Right.
to meet with us next week?
Yes.
Yep, so it would be great.
I'll
if we
be
could-
I'll be preparing information on each one of these to share with the committee in advance of the meeting, so you know what the issues are.
Thank you. And it would just be a great practice if we could notify them, so they have at least like 1 week notice tomorrow, too. Is that something you'd be able to do, Mr. Verbic, do you think?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you both.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the motion is to approve items 50 and 61, with the exceptions of the 4 that the Assistant City Attorney is separating. Is there any further questions or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, is there any objections to the motion to approve items 50 and 61 minus the separations? I see no objection, so the motion passes.
I'll just clarify that Two Pinners and Hayes Place both have entertainment licenses. Seven Iron Social does not, and Chiba Hut has a pending application that will go before next month's ALRC for entertainment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is item 62, Adult Entertainment Tavern renewal for Sanuto LLC. Is there any motion on this one? Moved by Alder Verveer,
Second.
second by Ms. Westra. Is there any objection to granting the renewal for Stenuto LLC? Seeing none, that motion passes. That's approved. Okay, next on the agenda is item 63, election of Alcohol License Review Committee Chair. Anyone can make nominations right now.
I would like to nominate our Vice Chair, Colin Burshak.
Thank you. I accept the nomination. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, the nominations are closed. So do you need a motion or?
I don't think so. I'll defer to Amber.
Sure. This is the first time I think this has come up for me. So I don't know. Have any of the other alders or anyone else been in a
Can we just take a
situation
vote?
like this? Yeah,
Right?
you might as well.
For
It
the
can't hurt.
record. I mean, just for the record, like. If we want to say, if I want to say no, I'll say no. But I will say yes on this one. I mean, I think you can ask this. You
Oh
can
my
ask the same
God.
question. I'm kidding. No, but I think you should put it on the record. So you should just ask, I don't think you need a roll call. Just ask if there's any opposition.
Well, the nomination are closed, so now you need to ask for a unanimous vote.
Yeah, that.
Okay, is there any objection to Colin Baruchak, that's me, being chair?
Can I just say one thing? Can Amy do that instead of you, Colin?
Sure.
Yep. So I'll take the gavel. Okay, what we have on the floor is the nomination of Colin Burshak for chair of the ALRC. Are there any objections to a unanimous consent of this nomination? See none, we have unanimous consent. Colin, the chair is officially yours for the next year. Enjoy.
That's how you do it. Exactly, actually. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. Next on our agenda is election of the Alcohol License Review Committee Vice Chair, Alder Verveer.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to nominate Amy Westra as our vice chair. It does not require attendance in person.
Amy, do you accept the nomination?
And I accept.
Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay, nominations are now closed. Is there any objection to electing Amy Westra as vice chair of ALRC? Seeing none, congratulations, Ms. Westra, Vice Chair Westra. Are there any other, yes, 65, discussion item for proposed zoning ordinance change. Who would like to lead this discussion? Alder Figueroa Cole?
So is this the Amber, is this the this is the zoning changes for this is an attempt to simplify the process for entertainment licenses and to eliminate a duplicated process that we're currently doing of having people coming over in front of the ARC and then sending them to Plan Commission to do the exact same process. So we're eliminating the Plan Commission step, saving applicants an extra $500, and as part of that process, we have to then modify the use tables, the zoning use tables, across in Chapter 28, and also we took the opportunity to update the definitions for restaurants and taverns and all that other good stuff, to make it more in alignment with the state laws and the needs of the planning uses that we for conditional use and permitted uses. So the actual ordinance, when you look at it, that first ordinance that we have in there, it is pretty long because we're going across a lot of tables and a lot of pieces of the zoning code. But hopefully, I gotta go back and see. Hopefully, we have also attached a copy of the summary. Yep, it is right there. So if you look at the summary changes, it's all in one table, and you can see what changes were done to the definitions, and how that impacted everything else on the zoning code, including the overlaid, the alcohol overlaid in the downtown area. That's pretty much it. just trying to simplify the process. As part of this, we also did we pull all the. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We got you up till we pulled, and then you dropped out for a minute.
Yeah, the earpiece died. Okay, so we also pulled all the conditional uses for entertainment licenses that went through Plan Commission and verify what we already knew, which was not once Plan Commission took a different direction than the ARC. So so definitely a duplicated process that it has just like service purpose, and it's really not currently needed. So that's what this item is. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Westra.
So I would just like to say that simplifying and making this process easier and less confusing, I am 100% behind. I think it will be a benefit for everyone going forward. I would also like to thank you guys and whoever created this wonderful summary with the colors and no change. And I can read and understand this a lot better than trying to read the Legistar file thing. So thank you for putting this in simpler terms for us non-legalese people.
Ms. Carter?
Yes, who was the authors of this? You keep saying we.
So I was the lead person from the elders, and I work with Matt Tucker, Katie Bannon, Kate Smith, with Attorney McReynolds. Those were kind of a top people that we went through to have the discussion about these changes.
Thank you.
I have a question. We're just discussing this today, right? So this is for information. Will this actually be, this won't actually be referred, so we won't actually vote on this. ALRC won't actually vote on this.
So part of the discussion of this process was how to bring it to the ARC for the ARC to understand what that changes were coming. And also to define if the ARC was a body that had the authority or the need to take a vote on it. So it was determined that since these are changes strictly directed at the zoning chapter 28, that this will go to Plan Commission for approval. There will be the whatever you call a body, the ones that will make the recommendation to council.
Okay. Thank you.
If we are going to vote on this, then it shouldn't be under discussion.
So no, there's no vote. That's what I mean. It's just a discussion item. Yes. It's informational.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thanks for bringing this, giving us a chance to discuss and look it over. Is there any other discussion on this item, number 65? Okay, then we can move on our agenda. Next, summary of recent calls for service, Madison Police. Is there, Captain Hartman, is there anything notable, notable calls of service?
Nothing notable to report.
All right. Next, report of the city clerk.
Yep, we completed the renewal audits, as you can tell, because they're all before you. I just sent around a listing of all the licenses that did not renew. We had 18 that didn't renew. 16 of those are Class Bs, 2 of those are Class As. A lot of them are have been publicized about being closed. Obviously, we knew that Gibbs Bar is no longer catering the Warner Park Recreational Center. We know that Spalding's not doing the Masonic Center anymore, things like that that are very, have been very publicized and clear. We expect to get about 10 or so regular Class B combination licenses available. We certainly have a lot of folks like Mishkwi and Stadium Takeout and others that have already been granted licenses or are just now getting combo licenses approved by the committee to be ready to go on July 1st when those regular licenses go back in the pool. So they don't have to pay that $10,000 reserve fee because right now we don't have any regular licenses available, but we are still getting people that are taking those reserve licenses. So there's that. That's all I have, and I'm open for any questions the committee has.
Ms. Westra. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Jim, for this. It's very interesting. So as of tonight, do you anticipate any late applications at all? I do acknowledge that the majority of this list are folks that have gone out of business.
Yeah, I've not heard of anyone that had missed the deadline. I think our office did a really good job of being very thorough and following up. Some going a little bit beyond what I would recommend sometimes, but they did a pretty good job following up. I don't think there's anyone that's on this list that had thought about renewing but didn't really get a chance. No one who's applied for what's going to come up for the June one are currently holding licenses. So I'm not aware of anyone that had missed the deadline that is reapplying to get their license issued to retain alcohol service.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you. Is the hotel and the gas station that are on this list both, did we have new owners for each of those in the last year and that's why they're on the list? I don't mean to take up everyone's time. I can talk to you when we adjourn.
Yeah, I'd have to look that up.
That's okay. We can talk afterwards.
So I guess I have one question, and I was trying to talk, but I was on mute. So the one that I have, looking at this list, as I was saying when I was on mute, I'm happy to see no grocery stores on here. The one that I do see is the Red Lobster at Easttown. Was that a license change, or is that something that hasn't been publicized that I know of yet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see.
And then Greenbush Bar, I thought we issued a new license for that, but this Wild Iris, that's the old license, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Greenbush Bar and then, Masonic Center and like I said, the one that Gibbs was having for the Northport, which we just approved Masonics tonight for that same address. Those are the ones. Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Further questions for the Deputy City Clerk, Alder Figueroa Cole.
For the future, can we add the Alder district to this list? Would that be too much to ask?
For the unrenewed licenses?
Yeah, the item 88364. Is that what we're discussing?
I'm sorry, what was the number you said? 80?
Which item? are we in 67 or not?
We're on item 67 on the agenda, yes.
Yes, so that.
Oh,
that-
to the summary?
Yes,
Sure.
thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none.
One last question.
Ms. Westra.
And I'm sorry, since I'm not there, I can't bug Jim afterwards. Are we going to be are you thinking there's going to be a lot of licenses being held on the 30th?
What do you mean by licenses held?
Like not being issued because of taxes
it's
payments?
well,
or have those not started coming in yet?
I don't think we have a whole lot of wholesaler holds. I think we had maybe 5, and I think already 3 of them have been relinquished already. As far as the license fees, those aren't due until June 7th, so it's a little early to tell on those ones. I don't think there's personal property taxes anymore, so that's not really a hold that's happening. And we very rarely get the DOR holding a license for their seller's permit. So I would think most of it's going to be their wholesaler holds or just not paying the license fees. But like I said, I haven't seen a whole lot of wholesaler holds yet, but they have until June 15th to get those applied. So I would suspect in the next couple weeks we'll maybe see those start rolling in.
Okay.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
I mean, Jim, you kind of answered, but not very convincing. I was gonna ask you about that sales tax thing, because it seemed like that was we got that notice last year that they were going to be not applicable anymore, but then we didn't really heard anymore about it. Can you confirm that it's official that people don't have to pay those fees, that we're not collecting those fees anymore?
Yeah, that's what we were told by the treasurer's office last year, is that they are no longer doing personal property taxes, so that's not going to be something that would come up as a hold on the license.
Okay, because I could have sworn there was something that I was helping somebody the other day, not sometime this year, and that came up, and I was surprised to see it in the middle of the mix. So if you can confirm with them again, because I remember last year, but I don't know if it was really official.
What?
Like, they had an effective day saying starting this day we're not doing this anymore. I can't remember that part.
Yeah, it's usually prior years is when the holds from, and so I think the last one would have been like 2023's personal property taxes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anything else for the deputy city clerk? The only other thing on our agenda is adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Westra, seconded by Glenn. Is there any objection to adjourning? All right. Didn't think so. Have a good rest of your night, everyone.
Have a good night.